Good morning, and welcome to the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, or for those who are in the know, EuroDIG. My name is Nadia Chechia, and I'm the host today. And I would like to welcome you here in the SISSA main auditorium at the International Center for Theoretical Physics. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce you to our first speaker, Professor Atish Dapolkar, the director of the International Center for Theoretical Physics. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to welcome all of you who are present here today in person. As I understand, more than 200 participants. After 2 years of online editions of the European Dialogue on Internet Governance, EuroDIG, I regret not being able to be present today because of some institutional commitments, but I'm sending my recorded message. I would like to send my greetings to Dr. Sandra Hofechter, the Secretary General of EuroDIG, and Dr. Marco Zenaro, our local organizer. Many thanks to SISSA, our sister organization, for their logistical support in their main auditorium. I would like to also welcome many of the prominent speakers who are here. For example, I was told there is a session on building interplanetary internet, and one of the prominent speakers is Professor Vint Cerf, sometimes known as the father of the internet. He has attended the previous 2 editions that were organized by ICTP, even though not giving a talk, but interacting with the participants. So welcome to all of you, the speakers and the participants. I don't need to emphasize that ICTP is fully committed to open science. In fact, it is really fundamental to our mission. And we have been working for the past more than half a century now, making this principle a reality. And an efficient internet infrastructure is now going to be all the more important and is really the basis for open science in the future. And this has been brought home even more starkly during the COVID emergencies. Addressing connectivity for the third of the world that is not connected with a meaningful broadband is going to be most important goal to break the knowledge divide, because otherwise information is not available. And there is so much to be done. Open internet is a precondition, I would say, and an ambitious principle. And it is important to make sure that this kind of connectivity with neutrality, with open and easy access to everybody can be sustained with good governance, should be sustained with good governance. And EuroDIG, therefore, has become even more important and relevant today. ICTP believes that not only do we need open access to information, but also open access to resources, including computational resources. And I'm sure all these issues will be discussed. As academicians, we must continue to support the National Research and Education Network, NREN, worldwide to make sure our freedom of research and expression is guaranteed. Last week, ICTP received a message from a scientist in Nepal, just to give an example, who have been receiving scientific papers through the ICTP's electronic journal delivery system. You know, it's somewhat old system that we were put in place many years ago via email. And he was emphasizing that that network is even today very critical for the research needs of the scientific community in Nepal. So we were very happy to learn this, and which also shows that the internet protocols and standards are still very important, and it is something, it's a paramount importance to discuss their policies. Finally, on a lighter note, as I understand, this year's EuroDIG theme is Set the Sails Right, and I think Trieste is a perfect place for discussing this, which, as you know, is not only the city of science, but it's also the city of Barcolana, the largest sailing regatta of the Adriatic Sea, with over 2,000 sailing boats participating every year in October. So I think set the sails right in Trieste, I think is a good wish at the end of the pandemic and a new start for all of us. So I take this opportunity to wish you all and the organizers of this year's 2022 EuroDIG a very successful event. I hope the deliberations here, I'm sure they will have an impact on how we organize the internet. And I hope to see you in Trieste again in the future. Thank you.
Our host on site is Marco Zanaudo, and I would like to invite him onto the podium for his formal intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadia. I received this ball on Zoom, right? And now getting the real ball in the physical world is much better. So
thank you very much.
On you. Thank you.
This ball has traveled long, and finally, after a very long time, it has managed to come back here in Trieste, where to receive it for the European Dialogue on Internet Governance. And now I would like to turn your attention back to the screen to the next speaker, Roberto Viola from the European Commission.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to join you today at the 15th European Dialogue on Internet Governance. It is remarkable that the European Internet governance community has kept a very high degree of engagement despite of the pandemic. This year, I see in the program that many of the sessions take stock of the most recent legislative initiatives from the European Commission, some of which are already reality, some are coming. This gives me the opportunity to offer you a reflection at the start of the conference on the overall role that Euro can play, on how we can shape a digital transformation which is at the disposal of human being. It's a gift to human being, and it's for the people, not against the people. Sometimes this is called the Brussels effect. We think that the European model based on human-centric internet, where values are respected, where everyone is included, is the way to go for the rest of the world. And that's our joint task. You as the stakeholder community in Europe and European institutions. And of course, we have to start from the fact that the cyberspace has to be secure. Secure means that threat actors, being criminals or state threat actors, should be, sufficiently kept away from our day-to-day life. They should not be able to interfere. And unfortunately, this is the case, and that's why the fight to secure the cyberspace and the internet is a continual fight, which we want to win day by day, first of all by strengthening our legislation, secondly by having much more cooperation at European level with our like-minded partners, thirdly by using technology such as AI, big data, supercomputing, to understand, manage the threat. So that's our proposition for security. We have reached an agreement in Europe to the new fundamental law for cybersecurity, which is called the NIS2 directive, which will strengthen the resilience of the internet, in particular critical infrastructure, communication systems, and DNSs. We think that securing the DNS system is very important. It's very important to combat the abuse of domain names. It's important to diversify the current resolution processes. And that's why we are investing on a public resolver, the DNS4EU, as a secure alternative to internet access for citizens, businesses, and public services. Increasing the level of security by promoting and facilitating security standards is really what we need to do. we want to do. We also want to increase the level of cooperation, as I said. That means that, in the protection of critical infrastructure, we need to work with every single organization, private or public. We need to have a network of information about what's going on that can be shared. We are very much believers that open intelligence is a very important source of ways of protecting the cyberspace, and we foster it. And we really encourage also disclosure of vulnerability on products, which is also a very important way, transparent and important way to keep the internet safe. And in this, we actually want to work, are working with our like-minded partners around the world. As I said also, we are working on this set of rules for the digital space, which you will discuss during the conference. So basically, we're trying to say, if you are large in the internet, if you, control a platform, you should not control the internet. The internet should remain a place where everyone can express their feeling, opinions, and also everyone can do business. And that's the essence of the Digital Service Act and the Digital Market Act. These are twin legislations that they look at the society, the DSA, and market, the DMA. And the idea is to have a solid legal framework where there are clear obligations for online platforms and proportionate, because responsibility goes with size. When I look at the DSA, it's very important that we actually tell the actors on the internet, especially the very large platforms, you have to master the algorithms. We don't believe anymore that the algorithms are kind of entities that do things without human intervention. There's, of course, a business proposition behind, which is not contested. But, algorithmic amplification of fake news, algorithmic amplification of illegal material is not the way. So there should be responsibility. And that's the core of the independent audit on algorithmic decisions. This is part of the DSA. That's the idea behind the Know Your Business Customer for marketplaces. That's the idea behind the rights of the users to ask removal of material that they think should not be there, and the responsibility of the platform to act or not to act, explaining why have taken one or the other decision. With the Digital Market Act, we are going in the direction that every business should have a fair chance to be in the internet. And there cannot be walled gardens. There must be the possibility for everyone to offer product, service, ingenuity, and content, and in a fair way. We also have proposed the Data Act. The Data Act is about sharing the data, utilizing the data. If you buy an object these days, this object is two. It's a physical object and it's also a virtual object. That's why the Data Act is there, and this is the reason why we have proposed legislation, that the user of this object, the owner of this object, must have also access to the data, must have access to the utilization data, to the repair data, to make its own choices. It's also important to protect smaller businesses when they do data sharing agreement. It's also important that every company, every user can choose the cloud provider that likes to have. So portability of cloud services and other services is very important. This is part of the new model of internet governance, because there's no open governance of the internet ecosystem if you are locked in with a particular provider. Moreover, the European Commission has proposed the first of the world legal framework on artificial intelligence. And the idea is clearly the one that the human being should be at the center of this blessing, which is artificial intelligence. So the regulation is not about not to use artificial intelligence. On the contrary, it's about having confidence in using artificial intelligence. That's why the regulation concentrates only on the risks and high risks and leave most of the application of artificial intelligence not regulated, because there's no need to regulate a nice photo enhancement system. It's simply nice. But of course, if the artificial intelligence is used in a car, so putting at risk life of human being, but also protecting, then there should be regulation. If artificial intelligence is used to select people for a job, there should be, a 4i principle looking at the algorithm. The same about providing a loan to buy a house. So when the activities of the human, I would say the society, it's at stake, that's the moment where the algorithmic scrutiny kicks in the AI regulation. And of course, we are in the middle of this journey. We are really very much working also with our like-minded partners. For instance, in the Trade and Technology Council, we have a working group with the United States looking at artificial intelligence. We have signed a digital partnership agreement with Japan looking at artificial intelligence. We look forward to work with India on this subject, and the list is long. And of course also with the international organization, including the UN organizations such as UNESCO. So our aim is to make sure that not only Europe, but the world can use human-centered artificial intelligence where the risks are known and as much as possible controlled. Europe has to live through the transformation, digital and green transformation. The two go together. So the whole idea is that also in these very difficult times, to look at the society which is better. It is greener and is more digital. And looking at what we want, we have summarized it in 4 cardinal points. And I'm speaking in Trieste, so the one of the most important ports of the world where navigation, it's really the art. So using, these 4 cardinal points, we want to navigate towards the next decade when it comes to digital. And they are skills, infrastructure, digitalization of businesses and public services. And this policy, we hope, will put people at the center of the vision. And to do that, also, we want to make sure that Europe works on a basis of clear principles and rights when it comes to the internet. That's why we have proposed that the 3 institutions of Europe sign this declaration, which is very clear commitment towards the people of what are their rights. And of course, this should not be empty words. That's why below the declaration, you have all the activities, which is financing innovation, financing capacity building, new networks, new internet exchange nodes, and at the same time, securing with rules that everyone can have the same chance. As I said, at global level, more and more, the EU is the player of reference when it comes to the digital governance of the world. And let me stress that we live with the responsibility of this role. First of all, in our partnership with developing countries, where we aim at addressing the digital divide and promoting the open internet. I think in developing countries, there's really the chance, the hope that there's a sustainable digital strategy that is also founded on democracy and openness. There are no shortcuts to this. I think developed countries such as Europe should do more, and we want to do more, again in partnership with the United States and other like-minded partners. But also developing countries should not take quick routes that put at risk democracy. In the long term, it doesn't pay off. We believe that the only way to have sustainable development in digital is to always keep in good sight, democracy, openness, which are the fundamental principles of an open internet. And on this, I'm sure we will count on the support of the overall community in Europe. And I'm looking forward to hear from the debates you will have on this point during the conference. The other point is how to work with international organizations, and in particular, I mean, how to work with the United Nations organizations. In general, again, we would like that the voice of like-minded partners is well heard. That's why, with the United States, we have promoted the Declaration on the Future of the Internet, which has been endorsed by 60 countries around the world, which advocates for an open, free, global, interoperable, reliable, and secure Internet. And we commit, together with the signatories, to protect and respect human rights online across the digital world. And that's the message we bring to international organizations. We bring to the G20, we bring to the United Nations. So we want to continue work within the framework of IGF. We look forward of working with UNESCO, as I said. We look forward to working with the ITU. We look forward of contributing to the idea of a digital compact, but we come with this distinctive angle. And our voice should be and must be heard also in that context. We know that not all the members of multilateral organizations think alike, like us. And that's why our voice has to be loud, has to be heard. And in this respect, I close from where I started. Europe's responsibility is high, and with the facts, with the community that you represent, we are showing that we can live up with this responsibility. We will not give up to pass the message about openness, human-centric development of digital, and we will do it with facts. So I hope that you will have a very good conference, and I hope that myself, my team will get inspired from the work you will be doing in those 2 days. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like now to take the opportunity to direct you to the stage for the president of the EuroDIG Association, Mr. Thomas Schneider. Welcome.
Excellencies, presidents, dictators, hackers, activists, ordinary people, welcome to Trieste. It's good to finally physically meet here. Come svizzero tedesco che ha cresciuto con i migranti italiani, l'Italia, la cultura, il calcio italiano ha sempre fatto una parte importante della mia vita. Io ho imparato molto, festeggiare e cose che noi svizzeri non abbiamo saputo fare degli italiani, allora è un piacere per me di essere qua in questo paese. It's great to be here in Italy for the first time as EuroDIG at ICTP, and it is also actually great to be in the UN premise for the first time as EuroDIG, because the ICTP is affiliated to UNESCO and the IEA, so this is the first time that we're actually in the UN building. I'd like to thank ICTP for their endurance to hold through through 3 intense and not easy years, and for finally making this possible. I'd also like, of course, to thank Sandra and Rainer and everybody at the Secretariat, all the subject matter experts, everybody that's been working very hard to make this possible, also in substance, of course, all of you that are there. We are meeting in challenging times. We are more or less, hopefully, coping and over with the pandemic. We have an invasion from one country in another country that is something that we have not thought that this would be possible anymore in Europe, and that questions a number of things that we took for granted. We have a geopolitical situation that is more difficult than at least for the last decades. And sometimes I ask myself, do we actually still share these fundamental values that all our international institutions are built on and that make the system work? And we don't even have to look into the east or southeast from here, but actually in all our own countries, we have forces that try to undermine democracy, rule of law, and human rights, so that we all that care about these principles, these fundamental rights, have to work together and fight to strengthen and reinvent these rights also in the digital environment, where of course we have powerful tools that we can use for good or for less good purposes. In this context, and also given that we are here at the Center of Theoretical Physics, I'm thankful to my friend Jacques Beglinger from the Swiss IGF because he reminded me of the 3 laws of robotics of Isaac Asimov, a famous scientist and also sci-fi writer. And these 3, plus the 0 law, basically say that first, a robot may not injure or cause harm to mankind or to a human being, or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. The second law says that a robot must obey orders given to it by a human being, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. And the third law says a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with first and second law. And in addition, Asimov believed that a science and facts-based reasoning must always prevail over manipulation based on religion, ideology, or whatever kind of propaganda. And I think this, although these things are 80 years old, is more important than ever to think about these basic principles. So in this sense, let us use our presence here at the ICTP and of course online and discuss and formulate messages about what needs to be done so that digital tools are used to make our world more peaceful, more fair, and our way of living more sustainable. And let's also remind us that this goes in line with the plans of the UN and of the Secretary General to develop a global digital compact by end of next year. And let's use EuroDIG and the IGF as a process to feed in as many voices from all stakeholders from Europe and beyond into this UN process, so that it's not just governments that have a say, but actually all of us. So let's work all together here to send a strong message of respect for peace, human rights, democracy and rule of law to all governments in the UN, including and in particular our own, so that the Global Digital Big Compact becomes a vision that will guide us into a digital future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And I would like to direct your attention again once more to the podium for the Secretary General of the EuroDIG Association, Ms. Sandra Hoferichter.
Thank you, Nadia. A warm welcome to the 15th EuroDIG edition, 15 years of bottom-up multi-stakeholder discussion in Europe. After 2 years of virtual-only meetings, I'm very happy to be here finally in the wonderful city of Trieste. When I look back, I discover that there seems to be something like a 5 years rhythm in the EuroDIG development. We started in 2008 in Strasbourg with no budget, but a lot of enthusiasm. In 2012, 5 years later, we founded the EuroDIG Support Association in Stockholm. We got a bank account, and EuroDIG was not only established as a recognized annual event, but also as an institution that actively participates in global internet governance processes. In 2016, in our 10th anniversary in Tallinn, we truly reached another highlight with 3 heads of states participating in person at the meeting and a peak number of participants being on site. Now, again 5 years later, I have the feeling that we are at a turning point again, for obvious reasons. And we should use this occasion and think about in which direction we would like to develop. After 2 years of welcoming you from a virtual studio, it's really good to be with you here in person. But of course, I would also like to send a warm welcome to our participants online. Still, I feel that we have not yet fully overcome the pandemic and are only starting to realize how it has changed our behavior when participating in conferences, in debates, and in multi-stakeholder processes. Many of us have used to participate in multiple events in parallel, and we all have reached another level of multitasking. While this gives new opportunities, I get the impression that some of us are also a little exhausted. And not only from joining online meetings and doing everything just in time, but also from the consequences that the pandemic has caused to all our personal lives. And in addition, we are shocked about the war in Ukraine, with one country invading another and causing immense pain and sorrow, which makes us feel like falling back in a dark past in times we thought we had overcome. Sometimes, for me, the past month and years have felt like a car on the test bench. You know, the engine is on full speed, but we are still not getting anywhere. So I think we have to be innovative and creative once more and find new ways to enable progress. Not only with our sustainable goals, but to develop a digital space that allows us to live together in peace and prosperity. We also need to be innovative again in the ways we organize dialogue processes like the IGF or EuroDIG under these new circumstances. We need to find ways to combine the best of both worlds, the physical and the virtual one, so that we do not lose ourselves in multiple parallel processes, but can concentrate on developing new ideas, irrespectively of who is here, physically or virtually. At EuroDIG, enabling inactive remote participation has always been a key issue. But for this meeting, we focused even more on equal-footed online participation. While we have learned in the past 2 years that it can be very convenient and resource-saving to participate online, we should recall while meeting physically is still indispensable. We know that it's easy to exchange views and to work on agenda items in a virtual setting. Physical gatherings, however, are not only necessary for networking in the narrow sense, but make it much easier to be innovative and creative. Being able to feel each other when we speak and listen makes it much easier to like a sport and to create spontaneous moments where new ideas and solutions are born. In the current situation in the world, and in particular in Europe, we definitely need new ideas and solutions to make us move forward and not backwards. In order to create space for such creative moments, we see shorter sessions and longer breaks in this year's EuroDIG program. And albeit a very tight budget for this year, we have decided to organize a social evening today here in Trieste, and I really hope that many of you will be able to be with us tonight. Another encouraging sign is that we see a lot of enthusiasm and energy among our young participants. EuroDIG has a strong focus on youth participation, and this year, which is, by the way, the official year of the youth, we again invited 30 EuroDiggers to come to EuroDIG. They have been meeting online regularly since April and prepared for their participation. And the past 3 days, they had very extensive workshops here in Trieste, and from what I saw, they had also a lot of fun. Where are you guys? Please stand up. We will hear more from you during this meeting, and in particular when you present the messages that you have prepared for European policymakers. Let me say a few words about EuroDIG, why it is unique. EuroDIG sessions are prepared by former and by current participants. At EuroDIG, we don't set the topics where we ask participants to just research and answer questions that are set top-down. EuroDIG participants focus on bringing their local issues, challenges, backgrounds, and solutions to the attention at the European level. This is especially notable through the youth messages that will be presented tomorrow. Through EuroDIG, we do not only focus on content, but also on building skills. The agenda includes effective networking, public speaking, session planning, advocacy, lobbying, and other skills. We do this through sessions, but also through social events. This year, we have also introduced some innovation in the program structure as well as in the format of the EuroDIG outcomes. In the past, we used to agree on separate messages for every session, but in order to try to make our outcome more tangible, we will produce messages for each of the focus areas. We have 4 focus areas, so we will see 4 messages. At the end of each day, 30 minutes will be dedicated to you to agree on those messages. Therefore, I recommend to you to be in the room when this process is taking place. So the messages will be formulated instantly after the end of each day, and what follows will only be a fact-checking process in order to avoid mistakes and oversights. In this respect, I would also like to thank the reporters from the Geneva Internet Platform, who will, like in previous years, take notes on all the issues and will present messages for you to agree on. I also would like to warmly invite us to join us tonight for the social evening at the marvelous Adriatico coast. It will be a unique setting and a unique venue. Unfortunately, we do not have the budget to invite you for dinner, but the first drink will be on us, and you have been handed out vouchers for this upon registration. Please do come with us and join us. Don't have dinner elsewhere. Please have it with us in this unique place. Besides the seat on the beach, this place will also offer a nice and simple local cuisine. And you should definitely not miss the first show of the Jams, the global equal multi-stakeholder band at EuroDIG. They will be playing jazz at the beginning, and that will be followed by a rock party. So if you can play an instrument or if you are a passionate singer, please get in contact with the band. It's truly open to everyone. And I'm sure we will have a lot of fun. One more thing. I would like to thank our donors. Many of them are supporting us since the early days. And in many industries, participating in conferences is not free of charge, and we should appreciate that their contribution helped EuroDIG to evolve. And also a big thanks to those who supported us with a private donation. Your contribution keeps us moving. To close, EuroDIG's motto this year is Set the Sails Right. When we chose this motto a month ago, we did not know what stormy winds would have blown in our way this year. But as a good sailing team, we at EuroDIG will be brave these difficulty winds and not lose sight on our goals to use the digital transformation for a peaceful and prosperous future in EuroDIG and beyond. So I would look forward to embarking on this challenge, but exciting journey with all of you. Have a good meeting, and back to you, Nadia.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Here at EuroDIG, we believe in an open dialogue and the opportunity to have these discussions. Now in hybrid form, we're here in person on site with me, Nadia Chachia, as your host. We're here in the beautiful SISSA main auditorium, but you will also find that we have a workshop room called Fab Lab, where other sessions will be held, also related to the focus areas. But for those of you who are online, don't despair. I'm sitting right there listening in, making sure that your voice is also being heard. If you are speaking, if you want to have a question or you want to say something, please raise your hand or write something in the chat. When you do, I'll turn on the red light, and when this red light goes, the moderators who will be sitting on stage would know that there is an online speaker who'd like to communicate with you, but also when there is no moderator on stage but online, the red light will let you know that we have online engagement. With this, I would like to introduce the moderator of the upcoming session, Mr. Paul Vellinger. Please unmute yourself and take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be virtually with all of you. We are unfortunately all remote, but I'm sure that this will be a very exciting session. So to jump right in and not take a lot of time because the session is just 45 minutes long, the first session is about European digital sovereignty, from principles to action. This is a very important topic for the future of Europe. And I'm very excited that we have a great lineup of speakers to discuss this with. This first session, as Sandra quickly outlined, is part of a block. This first plenary is the scene setting session where we talk about what is the essence of European digital sovereignty? How does it manifest in action? What is specific about it? It will be followed by another plenary session afterwards that discusses the technical dimension of European digital sovereignty, and a third session that will discuss European digital sovereignty in an interconnected world. We want to make this also as interactive as possible for this session. So before I come to our distinguished speakers, who I thank that they took the time to be here today with us, I want to encourage all of you in Trieste and also virtually in the Zoom room to think about one question and maybe reply in the chat with a few answers. For you, what is the essence of European digital sovereignty? Is it a matter of rights, of industrial policy, of geopolitics? What is specific about European digital sovereignty? If you were to think about one defining factor, what would it be? Please share. Come to the first round of questions. So I will introduce all of our speakers one by one, starting with the first round of questions. Werner Steng is an expert and a member of the cabinet of Margrethe Vestager, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission and the Commissioner for Competition. Werner, may I ask you, how do you define European digital sovereignty in one sentence?
Thank you, and for inviting me, and good morning. Very difficult task, as you rightly said. You refer to rights, industrial policy, geopolitics. It's probably all of this. I was actually giving some thought to this, knowing you would ask this question. I'll give you a very short one. It's about giving European citizens, businesses, and governments control over the digital transformation. Happy to elaborate later.
Thank you very much. I know that it is a difficult question. Francesca Bria, you're the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund, among many other affiliations. How would you define European digital sovereignty in one sentence?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yes, difficult task to define it in one sentence. I would say that technological and digital sovereignty also means political and economic sovereignty. So yes, it is a combination on all the different dimensions that you mentioned. And if I have to give just one definition, I would say that it means that as a society, we should be able to set the direction of technological progress to attain both social and environmental sustainability.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Now I would like to come to Alberto De Felice. You are the Director for Infrastructure, Privacy and Security at the Industry Association. How would you define European digital sovereignty in one sentence?
Thanks a lot, Paul. Good morning, everyone. Well, it just so happens that we at Digital Europe took the time to actually write down a definition of digital sovereignty. So my answer to this question is going to be very official and relatively brief. So I'm going to read. Digital sovereignty is the ability to build and maintain technical and scientific expertise in critical digital technologies in both the public and private sectors, while taking into account technologies and the state of the art that exists in a global market. That's it.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to come to Fanny Hidvegi. She is the Director of Europe Policy and the NGO Access Now. Fanny, how would you define European digital sovereignty in one sentence?
Good morning, everyone. Can I also invite the fellow panelists to, after this round, put it in the chat, because I try to just pick up on the details. So I also wrote something down for the sake of efficiency, and my sentence is, Europe's capacity to set its own digital direction, which is not oriented by profit and surveillance, and that includes first to ensure internally fundamental rights, rule of law, and democracy, and second to promote these values through external relationships with people at its center.
Thank you very much, and I encourage all panelists, if you have the time to post your definitions, because I think they're very pertinent, and it is a difficult task. And I think what I hear from the different definitions, it's very clear that this is a highly multidimensional concept, and also it depends a bit on who you ask how European digital sovereignty is defined. Roberto Viola, in his opening remarks, just outlined the historic amount of initiatives in the European Union with regards to the DSA, the DMA, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, but there's also the AI Act, the CHIPS Act, the GDPR, the European Digital Rights and Principles. There are initiatives in the Council of Europe and other regional and international organizations, bilateral initiatives, and other international efforts in that regard, that all influence somehow European digital sovereignty. I would like to now start to dig a bit deeper in this concept and really talk about what is specific about European digital sovereignty. And maybe a first question in that regard is and one point that I would like to ask our lead discussants to think about is, what exactly is specific about European digital sovereignty? Is there consensus that is emerging on what it means exactly, how it is defined? And what are the areas that are still contentious among different stakeholders? And how does European digital sovereignty translate from principles and theories and visions more into concrete actions? And I would like to take the order of the initial definitions and start with Werner Steng. So can you briefly describe this move from principles to action with regards to European digital sovereignty? And maybe, can I ask you the question, is there consensus on the concept of European digital sovereignty in the Commission, among member states, and in the European Parliament?
Your questions are not getting easier as we move on. First of all, and Roberto Viola referred to this already, there is a lot of action, actually. I mean, in this commission, in this digital strategy that we have come forward, there's probably been more activity than ever before in one single commission, especially when it comes to digital, right? And everything that he gave as examples is a manifestation of this, whether it's now more the strategies and declarations of rights and principles, or more the intellectual work and framing of this. You also have then a lot of investment-related activities where we're saying, well, it's not just about talking about European capabilities, but we have the digital compass, 2030 targets. Where do we want to invest in skills and infrastructures and this, that, and the other? And then you have the whole regulatory framework, which is there in order to make sure that this entire transformation takes place against the background of European values and norms. So it's always sort of this pro-digital transformation, making the best of the opportunities of digital technologies, while at the same time safeguarding European values. Now, that is the answer in a way to what is so European about it. And if you talk about values, of course, you will always have discussions. You ask about consensus or disagreement, because if we say in tune with European norms and values, you can have endless discussions and lots of conferences like this one for all of us to agree what that actually means. Yeah, but you would find in our legal framework things that that make it more democratic, for instance. And I think Francesca also referred to this in her definition, when she said that as a society we define the direction of the digital transformation. This is what we have tried to do in the Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, where we said we want democratically elected institutions to set the rules of the game. And then, so rather than private companies sort of deciding on who does what, wins, loses in this digital world, that it's democratically legitimized rules, and that you can also enforce existing laws. So that is also one aspect, if you want. There is huge consensus on this one. You just saw this in the negotiations, right? Member states unanimously voted in favor of this platform regulation, which is incredibly ambitious, right? It was far-reaching ambitious, and yet unanimity. Parliament also, all in favor, wanted more, yeah, but not less. If you talk about the spending part, you probably have then people that would more look into Europe should be super independent and do it all on its own, to something Europe should of course be stronger, but remain open environment, working with like-minded nations out there. So there you would always have discussions across Europe naturally on whether sovereignty has a bit of this inward-looking dimension, you know, and let's do it all on our own. Let's become totally independent from the rest of the world. To those that say, no, hang on. Of course, we have to become stronger and more resilient and insist on our values, but still be an active participant in the broader global debate.
Thank you very much. And I know that this is, of course, a very complex question to answer, but I think it also shows the fundamental importance. It touches the essence of European digital politics and the future of Europe. In that regard, I want to come to Francesca Brillia. You've been very vocal about the so-called third way that Europe should go with regards to its digital sovereignty. I would like to ask you if you can describe a bit what you mean by this concept. And also, I would like to ask you the question and to elaborate a bit more. European digital sovereignty, as we heard, is a matter of values, of rights, but it's also a matter of competitiveness and innovation. What role does innovation play in European digital sovereignty? What role does the Italian National Innovation Fund and other funds like the BPE and of other countries play in this regard? And the European Tech Champions Initiative, which is a massive 10 billion euro fund of funds. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about those two factors.
Yes, absolutely. So first of all, I've been framing the concept of digital sovereignty very much, putting democracy at the very center of it, in fact. And so today we have two dominant models, let's say, for the future of the digital society. On one side, we have the big tech model, let's say, based mainly in Silicon Valley, that Fanny before defined as kind of surveillance capitalism, or as Zsuzsanna Zuboff has been defining as surveillance capitalism, but let's say the big tech model. On the other side, we've seen the so-called big state model, very much resembling the kind of digital authoritarianism coming from China, for example. And I've been vocal about saying that Europe has to provide a third way, which is big democracy. So putting forward our own way of digital sovereignty that must be rooted in the constitutional rights of citizens, so protecting their constitutional framework, the right to privacy, the right to information self-determination, but also broadly, yes, democracy, the rule of law, and citizens' participation. So this is the kind of overarching framework. And I think because Europe has been ambitious now to define, first of all, a new digital constitutionalism. So what Werner described as the fundamental regulatory framework that Europe is advancing. I think this should not be underestimated. I think it's a really good progress. We have a set of rules, the Digital Market Act, the Digital Service Act, the Data Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, the GDPR, that I think can become a model for the entire world. I imagine to become a de facto standard on, protecting people's rights, but also fostering innovation and competitiveness. So really making sure that digitization can help us thrive, in this world. But this is not enough. So we know that to be seen as the big EU regulatory power of the digital age is not enough. So we need to go beyond that. And the first thing I think is combining this digital constitutionalism with a very strong innovation and policy. And that's where it comes, the kind of next generation EU, lots of investment. I mean, let's remind here that we are investing 25% of the resilience and recovery plan, Next Generation EU. It's around 400 billion that Europe will invest in the digital transformation, which links very strongly with the EU Green Deal, by the way, because what I said at the beginning, as a society, we should give a direction to the technological transformation, means also that we have to put at the service of people on one side, but also of decarbonizing the economy, of the Green Deal, of the protection of the environment. So I think that's where we also need to show that we can compete on technological and scientific innovation. And that's where we also, I think, have to be able to grow our technology champions. And our technology champions that will be able to develop European technologies in critical sectors like, biotech, healthcare technologies, but also even the fundamental public digital infrastructures that Europe is developing, like a digital ID system, a digital payment system, maybe a digital euro. This will provide the architecture of a kind of European digital market that will provide, on one side, companies to grow, and on the other side, citizens to be fully, to have fully their rights, their citizenship rights in the digital age. So just to finally get to the point of innovation, the European Innovation Council for this first time set up its own venture capital fund, which I think is very positive. We need, of course, to create a EU-wide risk-taking equity, but also with uniform rules across Europe and big investment from the public sector that can leverage also private investment. For example, the Italian National Innovation Fund now has 5 billion euros to invest in the startups, in the innovation ecosystem, but also in technology transfer to link better our research centers, our excellent research with the business side, to make them scale also, to make our companies scale. So I think this is very important because we need, to have European technology also when it comes to, for example, smart cities, when it comes to digital education, digital healthcare. It is important to have our own digital ecosystem. And then finally, but this Fanny said it before very, very strongly, I think it's not enough just to compete with the models that we see out there. I think what we have to make sure is that we are not defending the European incumbents only. We are making the European digital champions of the future growing, but we're also really rooting this critique to the big tech companies and to their dominant position and market power today, with the need to protect the fundamental rights of citizens, to protect democracy, and to protect our social market economy, because this is the future of Europe. So for me, this is very much at the core of the future vision of Europe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francesca. I want to go directly to Alberto. Alberto, Digital Europe represents 36,000 businesses who operate in Europe. Some of them are EU businesses, others are including major US companies. How do your members perceive the vision and enforcement of European digital sovereignty? And maybe to ask a blunt question, is it good or bad for business?
So when it comes to sovereignty, there's a lot of definitions. You asked earlier if there's consensus. The reality is there is no consensus, which probably shows that it's a very problematic sort of term. As a matter of fact, if I go back to my university years, everything that's related to social sciences sort of tells us that the use of the term sovereignty is usually suspect. Because it can be easily appropriated by anybody for very clear, either overt or hidden political reasons. You'll find that democracies talk about sovereignty but also non-democratic regimes talk about sovereignty pretty easily. And that is one of the reasons that I would argue it's not a very, it's at best, it's a misnomer for something else that we mean to say, but we summarize it by saying sovereignty. And I think one of the interesting aspects of this is that the discussion about sovereignty started largely referring to what Francesca referred to, which is the fight against big tech, this perception that Europe has been largely lagging behind in terms of digital, the wave of, the digitization of consumer life, if you will, and that we're all being held slave by big US corporations. This is a narrative that goes back a couple of decades, I would say. So the narrative is that, we haven't been sovereign in our own, but I think what we mean to say, quite frankly, is that, frankly, we've always been sovereign. Europe has always had its own rules and the power to enforce its own rules. Maybe what we mean to say is that all of a sudden we realized that our rules were no longer adequate and we wanted to change our rules, which is a good discussion that we should have. And it's the same discussion that's happening, even though in very different political systems, also in the US as well. It's not a geopolitical opposition in this sense between Silicon Valley and Europe, but it's a discussion about the future of what capitalism should be and what social discourse should be. And that should be an open discussion in open democratic societies. And I think it's something that we should be discussing together. As a matter of fact, we are discussing these issues with the US. There's a Trade and Technology Council that has streams on all these issues. And those include issues that, where Europe has, done something very specific about sovereignty, for lack of a better word, which is, as Francesca herself was saying, what we do usually at first is, we regulate. We have this big stick, which is regulation. We have this by design approach of regulating, unlike other geographies. And therefore, we like to put in place rules. And then I think we'll have to say how well the rules are working. Right now, we're very excited because we like to complain about, again, the fact that we're not sovereign. So for example, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the General Data Protection Regulation. There's this feeling that it hasn't been enforced enough. And that's why we need to write new rules. We need to reform competition law under the guise of new platform regulation. We need to do AI regulation. We need to do data regulation, Data Act, Data Governance Act, because we need new rules. And this is the usual approach of putting in place a new system because the old system is not working. And we're very excited because there's a promise that all of this would work. And let's see in a few years whether the expectations can be met, or whether we'll still be complaining about a lack of sovereignty. But yeah, there's a lot of tensions and impulses, I would say, in the definition of sovereignty. And so I think what we need to do collectively, particularly from a business perspective, and you alluded to it, is that ultimately we need something that allows this whole narrative about sovereignty to actually generate economic and social well-being. Okay, we want to converge around a narrative that allows companies in Europe, especially I would say European companies, to benefit from digitization. So we want European companies to grow in the single market. We still have huge challenges with letting our own companies grow within the single market, and probably not focusing as much on removing the existing barriers on the single market. We're focusing a lot on the geopolitical narrative, on finding the big enemy, the US, et cetera. That's probably less helpful for the vast majority of companies that we want to grow. And then obviously we need to engage in a global dimension because, it's no secret, we're in Italy. Most famous Italian brands, and this is a non-tech sector, the biggest market for them the biggest markets are all elsewhere. And we can easily expect that the biggest market, it's already true today, the biggest market for European companies usually tends to be so we need to make sure that whatever we do, we're not creating, the infamous, garden walls around how we do digitization in Europe, because that would be harmful to our companies and to our own ability along and do similarly to how we do things.
Thank you so much. What a rich diversity of perspectives to frame this topic of digital sovereignty. Fanny, maybe I would like to come to you now and ask you a question. Access Now is highly engaged in a lot of European discussions in that regard. You yourself are also very involved in portfolios such as artificial intelligence, especially. What does European digital sovereignty mean for fundamental rights? What is the view of you and of Access and civil rights organizations on this concept? And I'm wondering, I would like to ask you a specific question. Are there different impacts on rights if we talk about digital sovereignty for competitiveness, for online content, for data, for AI, for chips? And what's your view on this topic?
Thank you. So let me start by saying that exactly for those reasons, I would like to push back a little bit on this digital sovereignty framing, because if you look at who uses the narrative of sovereignty, even within Europe, let's say, it's not the examples that we would want to follow on the European level. I'm from Hungary. It's very easy for me to point to the nationalist and protectionist narrative of the Orbán's government and how he uses the language of sovereignty. Obviously, there are other problems of geographic limitations versus the internet infrastructure with this term. And I find it a little bit like maybe not misleading, but the vagueness allows everyone to cherry pick for whatever they want to use it as an argument for. And as you give that list, we could talk about data protection, we could talk about data flows, we could talk about cybersecurity, national security, diplomacy, trade, etc. And we've seen, for instance, in the French presidency, how digital sovereignty was also pitched as an idea of value of data as a political commodity. And I understand, of course, the political reality of how data transfer discussions are being used, but human rights considerations should not be bargaining chips. And so instead of the sovereignty narrative, we should continue on the basis what we have. The fundamental rights framework is more than just values. Thankfully, they are enshrined in the Charter. And in the internal European sense, or EU sense, more precisely, one enforcement problem we see on this baseline level is that we all know that the European Commission is the guardian of the treaty, but it doesn't have the strongest track record of enforcing these basic rights and values. Again, Hungary, Poland, the usual example. We have let those governments way too far, and this is really beyond control now. You mentioned a couple, or panelists also mentioned a couple of EU initiatives where the European Commission is now put in some shape or form as a centralized enforcer, because we see all of these national member state problems. And while I understand some level of centralization and what we are trying to solve, I think it's naive to think that putting the European Commission, which by the way, it's not an independent authority, to put the European Commission in the center of all of these regulatory frameworks, we will somehow avoid addressing the problems in those national levels. And I would also add, because Access Now does not only operate in Europe, that as we face these really serious challenges internally, I'm not sure how we can still have the arrogance, both the United States and the European Union, to tell the rest of the world how democracy should look like. And it is not a narrative that is taken well outside these bubbles. For me, sovereignty, in addition to that nationalist view and how it can be used for government surveillance, for instance, I would say that there's an issue with investment as well, because as we discussed, of course, there's a need for investment and innovation and digital transformation, but the unchecked nature of it allows situations with the combination of this sovereign surveillance narrative. It allows for situations, especially in the migration, that there are EU-funded projects that are very well reported, how they violate human rights. These are under the Horizon 2020, and for most of you, I think they're not new. One infamous example is the iBorder Control project that facilitates border controls at airports, and it has a use of an automated quote-unquote lie detector. Another example is all the abuses at Frontex that have been in the news lately. And I would recommend one very clear action that we could take that addresses at once, in a way, all of these dimensions. If there would be a European and hopefully a global moratorium on the transfer, sale, and the use of spyware technologies. And it's a great hook for today's Pegasus hearing in the European Parliament's Inquiry Committee, where you can also see the General Counsel of the NSO Group speaking. So I can only recommend watching that. But just a reminder for the non-European audience, unfortunately, in the European Parliament, these speakers are not proper witnesses. They are not under oath. So you can hear probably a lot of, well, not just lobbying lines, but probably even blatant lies. But we will see what the hearing gets us.
Thank you so much. This is such a rich discussion. I wish we would have just 1 or 2 hours to unpack all those different dimensions and drill down on the specific aspects that Werner, Francesca, Alberto, and Fanny just made. Unfortunately, I have a look at the time and we have a bit less than 10 minutes left. So I would like to sort of ask a final question and ask you, Werner, Francesca, Alberto, and Fanny, for a very quick answer, a bit like we did in the first round of questions with just 1 or 2 sentences. Are we going in the right direction with regards to European digital sovereignty? And I would then like to open up the floor for all participants on site in Trieste and in the chat to contribute and maybe also try to answer this question very briefly and take the floor. Maybe I start from the other side around. Fanny, are we going in the right direction?
Well, so as an objective, like blue sky vision, as I said, for me, it wouldn't be European digital sovereignty the end goal that we should all march for. So it's hard for me to answer if it's the right direction or not. But from a fundamental rights perspective, I do think that while we have to improve the enforcement of both existing and incoming legal frameworks, I do think that the data protection reform, the platform regulation reform, with both the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, and hopefully with the AI Act in the future, it is a direction where human rights and fundamental rights are at the center. So I think the answer is yes, but only on the narrower digital sense, if that even makes sense at this stage. Where I don't see a positive direction is the broader democratic rule of law issues in the European Union. And again, as a Hungarian, but also as a European citizen, I don't even see a positive sign for hope in that regard, unfortunately.
Thank you very much, Fanny. Alberto, are we going in the right direction?
So Paul, unlike Fanny, I'm not going to say yes, but I'm going to probably be the only person on the panel to say no. And that's for a simple reason, in the sense that there's those negative impulses along the way that we always have to be attentive to. There's a protectionist side to sovereignty that can be very damaging, and it can show up in all the initiatives that have been mentioned in the implementation and as we're writing the new rules that I think we need to guard against. For the very, again, basic reason that there will be consequences on the economy. So sovereignty can pretty quickly get real. Right now, it's ethereal, it's part of the political cycle. Once we see what the rules mean in practice for our companies, then we need to make sure that there's no negative repercussions on the economy. So we need to be alert. And that's why I would rather say no than being too optimistic and say yes.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Francesca, are we going in the right direction?
So here I'll be saying different things. I think, yes, absolutely, we're going into the right direction. We can be more ambitious, and it is right now, I think, the moment to be very ambitious, but because we are going in the right direction. And for me, I don't see any kind of protectionism from the EU. Actually, we have demonstrated during the pandemic with our leadership on vaccines and how to make sure that we could transfer technology, for example, to Africa and to the global south. We've been pulling together the Next Generation EU, which is historical, that is going in the direction of creating more Europe and more democracy, not less Europe and less democracy. And now I think we are dealing with a very difficult situation, of course, with the war, with inflation, with scarcity of raw material, and with prices skyrocketing, for example, very positively on EU energy policy, that I think it will be fundamentally, because I think the Green Deal and the digital transition are absolutely linked, and one can be the underpinning for the other. So we're trying to set a EU vision, and I think also we are charting a global framework, not a kind of protectionist closed framework. And for example, Europe is very active in proposing binding regulation when it comes to antitrust, taxation, digital privacy, cybersecurity, and sustainability globally. And we engage with like-minded countries, and we are active in global diplomacy. So I don't see this kind of, looking inward and problems with protectionism. But what I do want to see is Europe becoming much more ambitious and say, yes, we're also capable of creating next generation innovation ecosystem that will be based on sustainable business models. We are going to invest in quantum, in next generation technologies that are going to improve our society, because if we want to also make sure that our social market economy will thrive, this is going to be about rethinking our transportation industry, rethinking healthcare, rethinking education, rethinking how we, design our cities and public spaces. So it is really about the, critical infrastructures that are underpinning essential services and essential, that provide access to people to live together. So I think it's a fundamental moment, and I want to be optimistic because, we are moving in the right direction, and we have never had so much investment. So we also have the means now to make sure that the money will end up in the right places, and we will be able to implement this vision. So it shouldn't just be a vision and a set of regulations, which are very important. They should also become concrete projects and concrete companies that can scale. So we have the moment now. So I think we should all be working together. So I also here, I think the alliances here also between the businesses, the human rights and the experts, the academics, people working on innovation, and of course the European Commission and member states is absolutely important. So I'm more for a kind of let's build these alliances and let's move in the right direction because it is now the moment to make it happen.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Last but not least, Werner, are we moving in the right direction?
I would start together with Fanny to say we should reconsider what the direction actually means. Yeah, I would not answer the question now whether we're going the right direction towards technological sovereignty, because as Alberto and others said, we may all disagree what it actually means. So it's very hard to say whether we are going in the right direction if we don't know what this actually means. Yeah, I would definitely agree with the more positive analysis of some of the co-panelists that our digital strategy and policy is going in the right direction. So let's forget about digital sovereignty. I said it's about citizens, it's about governments, it's about businesses, and I think we are going in the right direction. We have a much stronger human-centric digital policy than we had before, giving greater control to citizens and to governments representing them. So this whole democratic oversight point of view and rule-setting point of view. But we are also going in the right direction as far as our pro-innovation objectives are concerned. And here I would disagree with Alberto's pessimism, because I think we've never invested more first in technologies and stuff, you know, Digital Europe program, and from connectivity to microchips and cloud and this, that, and the other, the resilience programs on average 26% going to digital. So a lot of investment in infrastructures and skills and transformation, plus a regulatory framework that we consider being conducive to innovation, because it is based on the single market. In all of these acts, from the Digital Services Act to AI to data, we want one set of rules across Europe. You can now, of course, discuss long whether it's good enough, proportionate enough, but there will be one set of rules. There's legal certainty, there's one single market. So with this combination of human-centric vision and direction, strategic direction, and on the ground investment in capabilities, plus the legal framework conducive to innovation, I think we're going in the right direction.
Thank you so much. We're just getting warm, I think, and unfortunately, I look at the time, and I wanted to still take some comments from the other participants. Could the Master of Ceremony tell me if this is still possible, or if we have to close this plenary session?
Unfortunately, we have to close the plenary session, so unfortunately, we cannot take any questions from the floor right now. I apologize.
Please, if I may just ask you, because this has been such a rich discussion, I think it provoked so many thoughts among all of you. The chat is open. If you could use it as a forum to write on your thoughts, I know that the rapporteurs will look at the chat as well and take into account your views and your reactions. Thank you so much to our panelists. I think this has been an absolutely fascinating discussion on such a fundamental topic that showed how important it is to have this discussion about what the essence of European digital sovereignty is, what we mean by it, and how we translate from a vision into more actions. Thank you so much, and I'm very much looking forward to the next sessions on this topic, because as I said in the beginning, this has been a scene setting, and now we will have 2 more sessions on the technical dimension and the international interconnected dimension of European digital sovereignty. Thank you very much. Could we have a round of applause for our great speakers, please?
Thank you so much for your comment. We will now go into the second session. Any information that you have about the different session is available on the EuroDIG wiki, and you are also welcome to join into the chat if you would like to. At this moment in time, we're going to go into the next section on topic 2, digital sovereignty impact on the internet infrastructure, and we have an on-site moderator, Avri Doria. So we will give a couple of minutes, and then we'll start the next session. Thank you very much.
Hello? Am I on? No? No? Am I audible? No. Yeah? Just one comment, because I realized there is some disappointment in the room about not being able to speak on the open mic, which is actually something that was always done at EuroDIG. The point is that we are trying here a new format, and we should not see this session finished and the other one to start, but we should see the time that we spend in the morning in this plenary room and the time that we spend in the afternoon in the workshop room as one focus area. So we get input, we are a little bit behind time, but it will be possible to continue the discussion on this focus areas in the other session as well and to raise the question. Bear with us, this is an experiment. It's an experiment with fully online panels. It's an experiment with combining the both, but we will make sure that there will be enough space to get your interventions into the session as well.
Oh, you didn't enable me yet.
No, unfortunately not, but just a moment. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after this very brief break. So the next session is Focus Area 1, Subtopic 2. It's about digital sovereignty impact on the internet infrastructure. And I would like to welcome the moderator, Avi Doria. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. And hello to you all. And we're going to try and start very quickly so that we do have some time at the end for some contributions from the floor and remotely, because I don't want to get yelled at. So what we're dealing with today in the issue is looking at digital sovereignty, which I guess we're still trying to define, listening to the last session, listening to the morning speeches. I understand its multilateralness. I'm not sure I understand its multi-stakeholderness, but perhaps the speakers here will be able to show me why it's compatible to a multi-stakeholder model. And we're looking specifically at the effect of the DSA, NIS2, DNS for EU, and perhaps some other instruments being created by the European legislatures under the rubric of digital sovereignty. So perhaps we can try to understand that. And really going to be trying to get to three points. One is to look at the effect of these legislations on the models that we have working, on the multi-stakeholder model, on the work that's being done, on the continuity of the network, a network that works, especially when looking at the technical core. What does this digital sovereignty mean in that context? And how do we understand it? And how will it affect the nature of the technical core of the internet? Will it affect it? Will it be a positive effect? Will it be a deleterious effect? Or is it kind of neutral and something that, yes, can happen, but we needn't worry about it? How will it specifically affect the country code top-level domains, the CCTLDs that are so important in Europe, that are doing so well in Europe? Will it benefit them, or will it cause them to have to adjust the way they work? And finally, really trying to understand while we're going through this, how compatible this digital sovereignty notion is with the multi-stakeholder model that has been so successful in giving us a network that got us through the last couple years of the pandemic. And, it's impossible to speculate how well it would have worked had it not been a multi-stakeholder model, but sovereignty for the last 20 years. So it's a question that I wonder about and that I'll be asking. We have three panelists, two of whom are on stage with me, Callum Vogue from ISOC and Lucienne Castet from AFNIC. And remotely, we have Innocenza Gona, and I'm sorry if I got the name wrong, I wrote it down, from NAMEX and IXP. So I'd actually like to start with Innocenza, if I can, since I probably mispronounced your last name. And if you could give me your take, and please, 4 minutes, 5 minutes to sort of address the set of questions Later, we'll try to come back, and I will try to get to comments from the floor. So please, Innocenzo, are you there? Innocenzo, sorry.
Thanks. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, and I apologize for messing up your name, both the first and the last.
Don't worry, but my exact pronunciation is Jenna. Thanks for me inviting to this wonderful event, which accidentally happened the day of my birthday. Okay. And let's say that I'm here in my role of EU advisor of NAMEC, which is the Internet Exchange of Rome. And what we believe is that the request for digital sovereignty is correct, but there is understandable for any government organization. But there is an inherent tension with the nature of the internet, especially the global nature of the internet, and the multi-stakeholder system which exists there. The good news that the European way is based on a framework, on a legal framework which is based on democracy and respect to human rights, which makes so this discussion much more acceptable with respect to other areas of the world, I would say Russia and China and others, where they don't have the same framework. We have also some differences with the US, maybe not that much, but even there we have some differences. The bad news is that this contradiction between the ambition to digital sovereignty on one side and the nature of the internet brings to lots of problems when we go to technical implementation. And what I see is basically because a big part of the political class and government still continue to think of internet like telecoms, like in the 90s, or when they make a step ahead, they believe that internet and the big tech, the big platform, are the same things. So, and that is one of the main problems. The second problem, which is linked to that, is that the internet layer and in general the economy of data has been not understood completely. And the evidence of that all this discussion about digital sovereignty started too late, when in Italian words we would say we closed the doors after the cows escaped. So that's it is very good that the European Union now has enacted a lot of important acts like DSA, DMA, etc. But now the debate will be: will this framework be enough to recover the gap? We don't know. I hope that such things have been rightly done, but maybe they came a bit too late. One other evidence is the situation of the cloud market. I mean, when we started to discuss about the competitive situation of the cloud market and how Europe can have a role there, it was too late. But the cloud market has been already occupied by a more efficient US and Chinese company. So that's the scenario. I would say from technical level, we need realism, that when we want to protect digital sovereignty, we have to realistically understand how internet works, how internet is global. So, and the more you apply technological measures, the more other counter technological measures can be invented. Whatever international intervention must be proportionate, because an intervention creates collateral damages, and we have to consider such damages. And you have also to consider a cost for the operators, because it is true that the operator must be able to run a business which is safe by design, let's say. But if governments or institutions ask delegate the operator to do something which should be in the competence of the authorities, then probably a matter of cost arise. Just to finish, as a practical example, what I've been saying until now, there is now a discussion in Brussels about encryption, starting from the issue of protecting the minors in the internet, which is something which is absolutely a scope that we share, we support everyone. But then from this supported scope, we go to proposal which basically require operators and platform to messaging system especially to scan whatever has been will be exchanged between user. And on the same time, the same proposal says that yes, in any case, we think that encryption must be protected is a very good thing, but you cannot do the same. You cannot pretend operator to scan whatever is communicated and transmitted in the internet, and on the other side saying that encryption must be defended. When I hear discussion whereby the people say at institutional level, yes, encryption is a good thing, but we can just reduce it a bit, then I don't understand what they are saying at technical level, because like saying, I advocate for virginity, but not 100%, just 98%, 2%, we can do whatever we want. So that's technical level is difficult there.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction to it. And I'll probably come back and perhaps others can touch on the theme. You talked about it having been done democratically. I'm assuming that that was a representative notion of democracy, not the participatory notion of democracy that you have in a multi-stakeholder. And you also mentioned the notion that you're going to want to protect this digital sovereignty. That adds an extra component to digital sovereignty that I hadn't quite caught earlier in the day. So please, I'd like to move on now to Lucienne, if you'd like to take it and answer the questions, and perhaps really sticking though to this notion of the narrow topics we've got.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor. Quite great to be in Trieste at the EuroDIG. Well, the digital sovereignty topic is quite a hard one, as we discussed earlier. Just starting with a quick one. From my perspective, it's basically the power to be able to do something, to decide, to implement. In the digital era, basically, it's digital sovereignty topic is at the core of the discussion, and obviously it's concerning the underlying infrastructure of the internet. So first, let me say that at AFNIC, French CCTLD, we consider that .fr is a public good, first of all, and that we are contributing to a secure and stable internet, which is open to innovation, which are key part in establishing really digital sovereignty. Also, we could say that digital transformation of society and SMEs policies on digitalization are key from, I guess, building a digital identity to establishing an online presence. But also that with digital transformation, as we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, with digital transformation comes the recognition that digital inclusion is essential and need to be addressed at the global level as well as at, obviously, the national level. And human rights are also at the center of the mere idea of Europe, and obviously with reasoning on infrastructures, as you know. Maybe going back to basically the DNS, maintaining a level playing field amongst all actors of the DNS industry is key to establishing such sovereignty and having it with regulation coming at the center of discussions.
Thank you. And now, Callum, would you be able to take on these tasks, again, looking at the notion of how digital sovereignty affects the technical and is affected by the multi-stakeholder environment that the IGF is sort of fostering.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Thanks a lot. Can you hear?
Here.
Yeah, real quick. Can you, yeah, okay. So thanks a lot for the question. To start, I think in the previous session, we saw that there's so many different understandings of digital sovereignty, and it's a kind of a loose term, which can mean a lot of things. So first, to frame this a little bit, I think we want to ask, why does the EU actually want to regulate infrastructure? The thing is that at the EU level, we don't often see the term digital sovereignty used in proposals, but we see it a lot in speeches and kind of high-level strategy documents. And there are kind of two narratives that we're seeing in the EU with digital sovereignty for infrastructure, and that's about increasing resilience, making infrastructure redundant, controlling the supply chain, and reducing dependencies. And I think this has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. Obviously, those calls to disconnect Russia directed at ICANN and RIPE NCC, this might give policymakers the sense that this is a fragile system that they can't rely on fully. The second narrative would be about competition, and usually we think about competition in the application layer, social media, emails, search engines, etc., being non-EU, but this goes all the way down to infrastructure as well, and there might be a belief that running infrastructure could somehow bring about future innovation or prosperity. This is all to say that obviously digital sovereignty, it's a very high-level vision, it's a catch-all term, and it's not really possible to categorically say that it's a positive, negative, or neutral impact for the internet, across the board. So instead, we need to conduct internet impact assessments on specific policies. And there's two that I want to talk about today. The first is NIS2, which is the EU Cybersecurity Directive that we heard about this morning. The goal is obviously to update the cybersecurity rules for the EU. And here we see an expanded scope for the domain name system, which includes root name servers, top-level domain name servers, and other parts of the DNS. Here again, digital sovereignty is not explicit in the text, but we see it called technological sovereignty in the high-level strategy document. And about root name servers, obviously the core in the domain name system, they answer requests for the root zone, records in the root zone, and they convert written addresses to numerical addresses, signposting websites and content so that we can access them properly. These are voluntarily provided, and there are 12 independent organizations that do this, 2 of them in the EU, and they do originate in multiple jurisdictions. And the kind of risk here with this top-down management is that it impacts the community-led governance model that we expect. This can create issues of extraterritoriality. The EU could inspire others to also have similar regulations on the DNS, and this could create clashing requirements, maybe creating an environment where the DNS is fragmented and there's a separate DNS for each jurisdiction. That would move the global internet into a system of fragmented intranets, which obviously we don't want. And the EU actually does not want that either. They say that they want a single, open, neutral, free, secure, and unfragmented resource. So it kind of goes against their goals. So the conclusion here is definitely NIS2 could be harmful to the internet. The good news is that the Parliament and Council have removed root name servers from their compromise texts, but there's still a lot of work to go. Other parts of the DNS are still in scope, and this does set a very dangerous precedent. So that's the first policy. And if I have time, I'll talk about the second one, DNS for EU. The goal with this, first of all, it's a project, it's not a regulation. And the goal here is to protect against cybersecurity threats and increase reliability. And there's 3 ways they want to do that. They want DNS resolution data and metadata to be processed inside the EU. They want safeguards for EU data, and they want to offer a more resilient, secure, and diversified DNS resolution offer. How they want to do this, it's investment, simple enough. They want to build a DNS resolver for Europe, and DNS resolvers, they convert domain names to IP addresses and again, signpost the internet. Digital sovereignty here, it's not mentioned once again, but we see it called technological sovereignty in the high-level strategy document that introduced DNS for EU. The Internet Society, my organization, we applied our Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit, and we ran through our checklist looking at what could impact what the internet needs to exist and what could impact what the internet needs to thrive. And what we found were that the risks to the internet with DNS for EU were manageable if and only if it's implemented well and correctly. And there's kind of 2 parts for this. The first part is that this needs to be a voluntary measure. It cannot be mandated. If it's mandated, it violates the multi-stakeholder model. And the good news here is that DNS for EU claims that it will be voluntary. So as long as that's followed through, that would kind of resolve that issue. The second is about having rigorous safeguards. There is the concern that some of our internet governance community voiced that this could be abused by member states to monitor users and install filters. Here again, the text says that filtering will have to adhere to EU laws. So if these are rigorous enough, there would be some safeguards in place. So again, this is all about the implementation. If it's done well, it could create redundancies, which could, increase resilience to a certain degree. But we still have to think about the precedent that this sets for the world. Maybe the EU can do this safely, but other countries might not. And we have examples of Mauritius and Kazakhstan. They had similar initiatives, but their initiatives were mandatory, and their initiatives would have indiscriminately filtered content. So here we have to think about EU action potentially emboldening others. And so just to summarize in 2 lines, digital sovereignty, it's a high-level vision. We need to analyze the specific policies that are coming out of this vision, and we can't generalize them as good, bad, or neutral until we do so. And our responsibility here is to do advocacy when we find threats. Increased resilience can be good, but do current policies meet those goals, and are these policies in alignment with decentralization and multi-stakeholderism? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do, I'll come then with a second set of follow-up questions where I'll essentially ask them if they want to comment on what has been said so far. This is a really good time that if you're going to want to say something, to get at the microphone or put yourself up so that I can ask them to answer your questions. Please, Tatiana.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tatiana Tropina. I wanted to, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but something that Innocenzo said at the very beginning. There is very good news that Europe is following its fundamental rights, principles, and human-centric approach. And this is why it is much better than the concept of digital sovereignty in China or Russia or any other countries. I just wanted to comment following on what Kalum said about this potentially fragmenting a global multi-stakeholder governance model of the network and also the network itself. And we here are talking about technical layer. And my first comment is I do not think that doing it in compliance with fundamental rights or in compliance with human-centric approach is actually going to do, at the end, any better than Russia or China doing it without complying with human rights. This is the first comment. Secondly, again, about what Innocenzo said. I do understand all the harms that internet might bring on the societal, economical, other layer. I'm a cybersecurity and cybercrime specialist. But I do not believe that these regulatory initiatives that tackle the technical layer actually tackle any harm in terms of we are closing the doors when the cows escaped. If we look back in the last 2.5 years, and Innocenzo, you are joining here online, internet during COVID pandemic remained robust and stable. I do not understand for the life of me the European policy narrative here when they're trying to regulate DNS, resolvers, root zone servers. I do not understand what kind of harms they are addressing. So it's not a question, it's a comment, but it's a very emotional one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. Since 2 names at least were mentioned, I'll start with them, but then I'll come to the third. So, Innocenzo, did you want to make any response or comment in response?
I would agree that, whatever we believe that digital sovereignty is important, there might be some initiatives, regulatory initiatives that look doubtful and unnecessary. And in fact, the last one, which has been mentioned about DNS for EU resolver, is something that maybe is not that dangerous, apart that it can create a bad precedent for other countries. But it's not easy to understand because, it is in the interest of ASPs to do the DNS resolving, to keep home this kind of activity. And if you look at data at the end in the market, you see that there is not that big traffic which is managed through the global DNS resolver. So I would say that my question is why there is this initiative not clear to me. With other regulatory initiatives, which in fact are somehow technically badly affecting the way the internet works, I made the example of encryption, which in my opinion is one of the most important subjects on the table. And I see that in other regulatory flow, cybersecurity has been mentioned, similar problem arise, sometimes maybe because the politics dealing with this sometimes is not completely ready to deal with such technical issues. Then when talking about European level, don't forget how European legislation is made. It's a very complicated process which has to take on board different stakeholders, and probably the final, the better objective normally is achieved is a compromise, not more than that. So this is why then at technical level we may have some downside.
Thank you very much. Callum, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the comment, and I agree with you. I think basically human rights are not enough, fundamental rights are not enough. We need to look at the impact to what we call the internet way of networking, so the decentralized internet, the multi-stakeholder internet. My organization, the Internet Society, we developed something called the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit. I think my colleague's going to present on it tomorrow. So this is one of the tools we can use to analyze that and find out if there is an impact or not. So completely agree with you. And one thing I would add is, if the EU does take these actions, I think someone in the previous panel said it weakens the EU's authority and its voice if it is going to criticize other countries around the world for taking more kind of authoritarian measures, let's say. So just an additional point to make.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Lucienne now, but also it's a good time if you've got another question to get yourself to the microphone, because we really don't have much time. Please.
Clearly. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I would like to look back at the NIS directive a bit and the cybersecurity framework in the EU. Obviously, there is a number of legislative proposals being discussed as we speak, and as you know, France is leading the EU Council, and has pushed for key priorities, including the DSA, the Digital Services Act, the DMA, Digital Market Act, and the NIS 2 directive. For the NIS directive, the idea was basically in 2020 to have a cybersecurity legislation EU-wide. In 2020, the Commission wanted to reform it, to improve it, basically. And we reached a political agreement in May, 12th of May, between the Parliament and Member States on the NIS 2 directive. So the important point about that directive, it's indeed impacting directly key actors of the technical community. I'll look through the lens, obviously, of CCTLDs and try to highlight a couple issues. For example, obviously, the new directive is introducing several new obligations, and some might prove difficult to comply with. As you know, registries are operator of essential services, so of important obligation with regard to cybersecurity as essential entities. And there is discussion about data accuracy obligation under Article 23, which does not include a strict verification, but it's still concerning for CCTLDs. Maintaining accurate and complete databases of domain name and registration data, the so-called WHOIS data, an ongoing debate on the topic. One of the main questions is how precise is it? What is the meaning of precise? To what extent do the accuracy obligation should apply? At AFNIC, we had experience with verification of data since it was mandatory until recently, and it has a direct impact on actually having people registering domain names. So it's it's risking to hamper the competitiveness of the EU domain name industry, with the risk of actually weakening in the same process digital sovereignty. Clearly, what hoops should you hope for end user to go through to actually register a domain name and not go elsewhere? I don't know, out of my mind, like register a page on social media, for example. So it's a question of competitiveness and models.
Thank you. I never thought I'd long to see a red light blink before. I stare at this thing, it doesn't shine at me. But please, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Avery. I would like to thank you for three things at least. The first one is that finally we get to talk about multi-stakeholderism. I didn't hear this word before by all the politicians we were talking to us, and that's a pity. The second is that you allow us to talk to the mic. And the third, that you are not just talking about business, business, business. That's very important. And what I would like to stress is that we heard this morning a lot about law, regulation, and nothing about how end user, civil society, citizen can really be involved in the evolution of the internet. When you look at the new, not so new now, but the new French government, there is no minister in charge of digital. There is one in charge, amongst other things, about digital sovereignty. At the moment of France is also sharing the Europe. Therefore, it seems to me that they want the sovereignty in the country, in Europe, and I get the impression this morning that everybody before you were speaking about, if we do that in Europe, we need to do that for the world. And it's exactly what we fight against US. When, for example, the IANA transition, stewardship transition, was so important, it's to decrease the level of engagement and responsibility of the US government to give it to the community. And here, Europe seems to not have get this element that it's not good to have just one deciding for everybody. And when we talk about sovereignty, it's just the same word that the sovereign in France was the king. Now we elect the king, and we want the king at the world. Maybe we need to check who is the president of internet. No, sorry, who is the king of internet? Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Who would like to take a crack at that one first? No? No? Do you want me to pick? Innocenzo.
There is no king for the internet. That's what we hope it should remain as it is. But I would like to remind, we cannot blame government or organization if they want to pursue digital sovereignty. It is something that is understandable. The problem is that sometimes they do it too late and badly. That's the issue. And they don't understand sometimes the implication of the implementation. Their intervention are not proportional. And sometimes they just put some cost that should be bear by the authority on the operator. That's all the issues we are facing with. This said, I think that the democratic framework, which is inherent to the European Union, maybe is not sufficient, but okay, is a good guarantee that this kind of activity will not go in the real wrong direction, like may happen in other areas of the world. So I think, so I agree, which is not sufficient, but at least we have it.
Thank you. Callum, please.
Yeah, I like this comment about King of the Internet, and it made me think about one thing that we should probably discuss also, which is the sense that, these ideas of digital sovereignty exist on a regional or national level, but they could easily leap to the multilateral level. not talking about multi-stakeholders, but I'm talking about places like the OECD. You know, we have examples of this. A decade ago, there were attempts at the OECD to regulate regional internet registries through the competition lens, the same lens that we're seeing nowadays. After some advocacy, you know, there was that explanation that some core technical functions should actually be monopolistic because they're global and interoperable, and that regulation a decade ago was abandoned. But I would just urge everyone, you know, and flag that the ITU plenipotentiary is upcoming quite soon. And there will likely be some countries that will call for the UN agency to take a stronger role in governing this infrastructure. So I would just want to mention this and say that we should continue monitoring this.
Thank you. Yeah, we're getting further and further from this multi-stakeholder model. Lucien, did you want to add anything, or should I go to Vittorio for his question?
1 minute?
Sure.
Well, I'll just add, thank you, Sebastian, for the question. Digital sovereignty, first of all, what is it? It's a multi-layered, obviously, principle between national sovereignty, European sovereignty, and what else? The key question, I guess, is asking what strategic dependence of the EU when it comes to digital technologies, from chips to digital services. That's one of the key ones. And so who is the king of the internet, really?
You know, before we get a king of the internet, we really need a queen of the internet. Vittorio, please.
Or even a non-binary one, maybe. But yeah, Vittorio Bertola, long-time participant in the governance expert, but also for transparency, I represent one of the very few internet SMEs from Europe. So there is a European internet industry, and we are also involved in DNS4U and all these things. So, but before coming to my question, I would like to point out that there's also a different type of private sector, because we had a first panel in which the only private sector voice basically was a well-known Brussels lobbyist for the big tech industry. So, I mean, there are different views, and I would much have liked to have the opportunity to have a discussion with him. Anyway, my question is, aren't we just lumping too many different things together? So where do we draw the line between governance of the infrastructure of the internet and policy issues that come up that also affect the infrastructure but are policy issues? And I mean, to make this clear, for example, the discussion on the regulation of the root server system, of course we do not want Europe or any other country to make rules about how to create TLDs or govern that. That should be governed at the global level in a multi-stakeholder way. But part of the regulation in NIS2, for example, directive, is about the resilience of the existing root servers or DNS resolvers or big DNS resolvers in Europe. And that's just a part of a broader regulation, which is about the availability of services. So it affects like electricity and utilities. And then it also affects DNS, because DNS is a key part of our society. So in that sense, is it really a problem if Europe says, if you want to run a DNS, a big DNS resolver, or even a root server in Europe, you must meet these service levels or whatever? I don't think this affects the rest of the world in any way. And same for DNS4U. I think that when you talk about DNS, there's sort of this emotional reaction by the technical internet community and even the governance community around ICANN, a sort of like a hardened majesty of, why do countries start to make regulation about DNS or even initiatives? But if you talk with the people that actually at the Commission came up with this idea, they just wanted to make sure that was another option. And maybe, I have reservations. I don't think maybe the way they frame this will ever work or is the best possible way. Possibly it is the best possible way in the legal frameworks that they had, in the legal constraints. But apart from this, what they just want to do is to make sure there is one another public resolver which at least is European, run in Europe and available, and doesn't rely on other jurisdictions where we have currently big problems in terms of privacy regulation. And so I really was maybe not surprised, but I think that the reaction by the technical community on DNS4U has been really too much, not really justified. But maybe it's my view, so I would like to hear other opinions.
Before going to an answer, because it'll be the last things you said, because we're running on our time, I prayed for a red light. I have a red light. Please, can the red light speak?
There was a hand raised by Siva, and I was wondering if you would be interested to unmute your mic and raise your question.
I have an impression that the way the conversation on digital sovereignty is progressing, not only here in EuroDIG, but in various fora, somehow it's the conversation is in the direction of having 195 sovereigns on what ought to remain one internet. It's very difficult for the world to come to an agreement on having one sovereign. So it's going to be different sovereigns. The idea is to have is to impose traditional notions of sovereignty on the internet space, which could end up leading to a situation where the one internet is divided into, becomes something like a Tower of Babel. Only thing that it's not the language that would divide the internet, but multiple government policies. Because if not in 195 directions, policy splits will be at least 5 ways or 10 ways. And so we need to have a new notion of sovereignty, a new definition of sovereignty. And what could the panel think of? Could it be something like spatial sovereignty, or some other form of sovereignty, some form of sovereignty within? Thank you.
Very much, Siva. I think you make a good point with all the difficulty we're having defining what we mean about sovereignty here. Perhaps we are defining. In terms of last words, that we have pretty much no time, but we started a little late, so I'm going to sort of go in reverse order. And so I'm going to ask Callum and then Lucien and then Innocenzo to have the last word. So please, Callum.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the questions. They're very interesting. I think we don't have much time, so I'll just comment one last thing about NIS2. You know, we talk about the resilience of the DNS, and if we are lumping together the idea of governing the DNS with just regulating some part of the DNS, and I think this is a lot about semantics, because it is maybe a slippery slope, and where do you draw the line of what's governing or not governing? Very, very difficult to make that distinction. And I think, you know, here we need to remember that regulatory approaches are less agile. They can't respond to new cybersecurity threats as easily, whereas the multi-stakeholder model can be much more kind of agile in those approaches. So again, I would say maybe we can talk more, Victoria, but I think, you know, drawing this line is quite difficult to do.
Thank you. Lucian.
Thank you. I think we need to get back also to the users. When you register a domain name, you want to be present online, you want to develop a digital identity. That's at the core of the internet, being present online, be able to discuss directly online, create your page or your website. Also on regulation, just a word, we need to keep in mind what legal instruments are used by, obviously, the Commission. Is it a directive? Is it a regulation? And if it's a directive, there's a lot of direction for the member states.
Thank you. And Innocenzo, please, the last substantive word. Did he freeze somehow?
Listen to me? Yeah, you listen to me?
You're back now.
Okay. Okay, I'm back. Now, I tend to agree with Vittorio that maybe there was too much agitation about this project of DNS4EU. Although I confirm again, it's something a bit strange when you see the EU investing EU money in something which is not that useful, then you can put some questions. I would be more concerned and more panicked with other regulatory interventions, which are really regulatory. I made the example of encryption, for instance. That's something that will keep busy us for a couple of years and can be something that will not will expand, because it's starting from the area of minor protection, but then once it's tested, it will go to other areas like I don't know, intellectual protection, terrorism, and so on, and then it will be much more harder the discussion to make.
Thank you. I think we've hit our time limit and gone a little bit past. Thank you to the participants, the panelists, to the online moderator, and all of you and people especially that came to the microphone. Thank you. This session's done.
Thank you very much, Avi, and of course our speakers. Coming up next is the focus area 1, subtopic 3, digital sovereignty. Is Europe going the right direction to keep internet infrastructure secure and open? And we'll be back at 12:15. Oh, 12:30, sorry.
lack of involvement of policy people, civil society, regulators, governments. And in my view, the multi-stakeholder model is really important and would work, the standards development would work much better if there was multi-stakeholder involvement in the standards. And currently, for example, virtually no member states are represented in the IETF, to pick up one of the Internet standards bodies. None of the governments go, none of the government agencies go. I think that's a real issue, and whilst there's a separation between these activities, it's going to lead to problems where new standards break legislation and vice versa. I don't know if the panelists agree with me, but I think that's a problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wants to comment on it? I know that the EU is collecting a lot of comments on their planned legislation. Still, of course, it's a legislative process and it's not the IGF process. But Jacques, maybe you want to comment on it?
Well, just very briefly, repeating what I tried to convey before, which is actually, what we read in the papers is a huge fine based on whatever applicable law, but actually the bulk of regulatory work currently is soft law and standards, and this is exactly where civil society can cut in and even be quicker than the EU. So I encourage everybody, in particular when it comes to these standards, develop standards and defend them.
Yeah. I see we have two questions here. You were first.
Sure, thank you. Chris Buckridge from the RIPE NCC. Thank you all. I think this has been definitely interesting to listen and some key points here. And I'm sort of randomly was thinking to respond to a few of the points. I'll take the last one there. I think the point about soft law and about the fact that companies are often responding not to the legislation that has already passed, but to try to predict and understand the landscape they're in is a really important one. And I think it highlights the fact that with this sort of historic deluge of legislative proposals that we're seeing in the EU, that's all everyone is doing, is trying to predict, trying to understand, and the ability to predict and understand what's going on is so much more difficult and complex than it has been in the past. And I think that has some really unpredictable outcomes and side effects, most of them not good, because most of them are, well, essentially chilling effects. They chill what people are likely to do or the risks that they're likely to take. And that's, I think, not good for the industry, for the internet, for evolution and how the internet is used. I think the point, and I don't mean to pick on this point, you mentioned...
could you please try to be short?
Sorry, sure. Well, linking back to that, the point about we need to take them one by one and understand what each proposal is proposing and how it's doing it, I think makes sense to me on one side, but I think in another sense, part of the problem is that we can't take these all one by one. They all reference each other. The DSA references the NIS2, which references, and even as that sort of agreement process is going on, it's clear that not all of those interactions and the way those different pieces of legislation affect each other and combine to affect the world are clear to the policymakers or to the stakeholders who are trying to engage. So I think that complexity is very dangerous for us at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. So this was a comment. We have an intervention from Jutta. Jutta, please, you have the mic.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor again. And thank you to Jacques for this wonderful mapping of the landscape. I think it's very useful. And as you said before, and I think Chris mentioned it also, we have the links in the map to the regulatory acts, but there are interlinkages between these different acts, like, for example, the GDPR references in Article 8 to the definition of information society services that comes from the e-commerce directive. So there are many interlinkages that can be very beneficial, but they can also cause damage to the intention of the regulatory act. And then I think it would be good if we could see in the landscape of these regulatory acts that some have the power to override other regulatory acts, not only on national level, but also within this landscape. We have the rule of lex posterior, of lex specialis, and that decides which regulation really chimes into force when a certain issue is affected. So I think it's really useful to have a look at this, and for civil society, of course, it is a helpful instrument to better understand the regulatory regime on European level. And this also is signalizing around in the world, because we know from GDPR that it has been copied, or parts of it have been copied in several other countries. We know from some youth protection acts that have been copied on the African continent. So we know that it's not only as well. Thank you.
You wanted to comment on it, Jacques?
Yes, a very short comment to this. Whilst within all what I showed before, it's really difficult to find what is interacting with what. But what we should know for sure is, since we are in the EU legislation, there is always the distinction between primary law and secondary law. Primary law being whatever is in the EU contracts and in the Charter. And in almost all of these acts, we see somehow a reference to Article 8 of the Charter of Human Rights of the European Union. And parallel to this, we have the the Convention on Human Rights in Europe, which also cuts in. So we really have already some distinction between what is priming over what. But once it is within the realm of the secondary law, well, it's really getting complicated. But human rights are really at the basis of quite everything.
Yeah, thank you. Vittorio, you wanted to comment on it as well?
Yeah, very briefly, so that we can take the other question. No, I just wanted to comment on several of the interventions. But, I mean, especially what Chris and Andrew were saying, but I think also you. So it's true that it is very hard for civil society sometimes to interact with regulatory processes. And maybe in the internet institutions it's been easier. On the other hand, there are other stakeholders that think the opposite. So, for example, the children's rights people, I don't know if Jutta would agree, but I think it's been easier for them to interact with the regulators and with the politicians than it has been to interact with the internet community and their institutions. Because if they showed up there, they, even at the ITF or even in the policy places, where they were not listened to. And sometimes they were even treated not very well. And so this is the feeling, I think, from parts of other communities. So my advice to the multi-stakeholder community, even, and including the standardization organization, is that either they start to listen more actively to other interests, other views of the world, or this will just increase because people will just go to the regulators and say, hey, the multi-stakeholder model is really not working because it's just very few stakeholders that dominate it and we cannot get our voice heard.
Thank you. We have another question from the floor.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. Finally, the mic works. I have a question for Jutta Kroll. If it's possible, you stressed in your presentation that for the sake of child protection, you have a proposal for screening of communication, but to safeguard our privacy, it will happen only after the detection order. Could you please elaborate more how it's going to function? Will it be the detection order to some communication platform to provide this screening of communications of that person on that platform, or this detection order will be addressed exactly to that person and all of his communications will be screened on all of the platforms? And how do you see it working? Thank you very much.
So Jutta, could you directly answer this question?
I tried to do that very brief.
Thank you.
And so in the draft regulation, and bear in mind that it's only draft so far, and it will take about 2 years of debate, and it's very important that we start this debate right now. We don't know what will come out of it. But the process is that, first of all, the platform itself is checked with a risk assessment that is done by platform provider, and when the risk assessment comes to the result that there is a risk, for example, for grooming or spreading SISSA, then the platform has to take measures against that. That is the first two steps. So we always start with a risk assessment and not with a detection order. But then when still after taking these precautionary measures, there is a risk of grooming, for example, then the next step would be to have an anonymized process of seeing whether there are certain characteristics of communication that tend to be related to a process of grooming. For example, when a person is spreading messages to a huge number of unknown accounts, so to people the person was not connected to before, then that might be a signal that there might be a grooming process going on. That would be the next step, then that whether it's checked, whether this is really tending to give a signal for grooming processes. So you need to know that we have these several steps before a court or authority can issue a detection order that then is addressing the communication of a certain channel and of a certain profile. Does it make that clear to you?
Thank you very much. It is a bit more clear, but still, in case of in modern reality, we have so many communication channels. Will it be addressed then to all of the communication channels the person has? Because I personally have at least, 10 platforms where I communicate with people. If one platform is screened, it doesn't mean that I cannot do the same activities on the other platforms. And
no,
they also,
no.
Or
Definitely
I just misunderstand you.
It's not based on the person. It's based, first of all, on the platform and the channel. So if it gives evidence or reason to assume that there is grooming going on this certain channel, on this certain platform, it's not like the person that is using this channel is checked in all their communication channels. That's not like it's proposed so far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes left, so maybe time for a closing statement. What is your guess? How many digital acts will have been passed in this year and the next year, and what will these digital acts be? What is your guess? Maybe you would like to start, Jacques.
Well, a crystal ball question. We have, what is quite interesting is that in certain areas we have a big announcement that there is political agreement, but then it takes quite some time until these so-called political agreements are phrased out. So bearing this in mind, that there might be just plus minus a year, we might have something on the digital market really coming out, not in force yet, because normally it takes 2 years. On AI, I don't think that will come in close within the near future, because it's just a too controversial thing.
And maybe a second question, do you think this will improve innovation or hinder innovation?
Oh, that's an interesting question, but also a response to what has been asked before. What is well, and I think it has two sides. One side is, of course, if one could just fire away in research departments, then of course this would be gorgeous, and this is happening to, assumably in the US. But on the other hand, in a society like the European, where there's still some sense of being pampered, consumers are much more happier and more inclined to buy in services if they know that they are properly regulated. So, and this then will provide a platform for innovation, not that quickly, but probably more solidly, at least on the European continent.
Thank you. Jutta, your take on these two questions. Which are the acts that will pass, and will this be good for innovation or bad for innovation?
I don't think it's a simple answer to these two questions, but definitely it's good to discuss regulation from the beginning, not to bring in new issues and things that might not have been taken into account in the last step of the regulation. It's better to take all these issues from the beginning into these parliamentarian processes that usually take 2 or 3 years. And as Jacques said before, legislation is a slow instrument. So of course, we also need to look for quicker responses to upcoming issues.
Thank you. Vittoria.
Yeah, very quickly. Well, on the
Victoria.
how many,
Sorry.
I think in the next 2 or 3 years we will see several. These things swing like a pendulum, so maybe in 20 years we will go back again to a deregulation phase and so on. But it will depend also on geopolitical tensions. So if there are more wars, cold and hot wars, unfortunately, there will be more governmental intervention. On the innovation question, I think that some of these, again, you have to tell one from the other. Like the Digital Markets Act, for example, is very good for innovation because it will create opportunities for new services, for new interoperable services in this emerging space and so on. Others might be bad because they introduce liabilities and responsibilities that the smaller platforms are not able to cope with. So it really depends.
So thank you very much for this very interesting discussion, and I think we will have a definitely quite different digital world when all or bigger parts of this regulation come into force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, John, for your moderation. And of course, we would like to welcome you back at 3:45 for Focus Area 2, Subtopic 2, how to enable rapid cybersecurity standards implementation for impact. So please do go for a break, but do come back and join us for the next discussion.
Hi.
We can hear you now.
Is it working any better without earphones?
Yes, without the earphones, we can now hear you. But now you can't hear me.
Yes. I can hear my feedback from your room. So I guess coming through, right?
Is this any better? No, I'm not feeling.
Can I go ahead? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Sorry if you see me moving my head, it's just that I have a video on one screen and camera on the other, because it's easier for me to keep track of the questions and the notes as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thanks also to the organizers of EuroDIG and to the org team that put together this panel in particular. And thanks also to the panel participants. In particular, we're gonna explore how to favor the rapid rollout of cybersecurity standard in an impactful manner. But what do we mean by impact? And most importantly, impact for whom? And this is why we brought together a multi-stakeholder panel, bringing together 3 experts from 3 very different backgrounds. To start with, in no particular order, we have Chiara Giovannini from ANEC. So she's a consumer representative in standardization processes. Then we have Alex Leadbeater. Alex Leadbeater is from British Telecom, so from the industry, and he has several roles within ETSI, the European Telecommunications Standards Institute. In particular, he's the chair of the Technical Committee on Cyber. And finally, third panelist is Esteve Sanz, Head of Sector for Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue at the European Commission. If you have questions, do write on the chat or raise your hand, well, either online or in the room if you're on site. I will guide the conversation with 3 questions, and I will ask the panelists to keep their answers within 5 minutes. The first question is how to guarantee the highest degree of compliance by the industry to international and European cybersecurity standards. Given that this is an industry-oriented question, I will leave the floor to Alex Leadbeater first. Alex, the floor is yours.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you.
So waiting for the host to unmute me. So yes, good afternoon all, and apologies, couldn't be there for face-to-face this week. Would have been great to have obviously participated directly. However, yes, as Ricardo says, I'm Alex Leadbeater. I work for British Telecom in the UK, representing ETSI. So to go first, as they say, let's take it in basic building blocks. I think it is fair to say that there are some areas of cybersecurity in Europe and globally that are very, very strong. So if you look at fundamental internet protocols, things like TLS and other things, we have some good tools and we have some good building blocks. If you look at things like mobile networks, the fundamental security backbone of those is incredibly strong, incredibly mature. If you take a very quick example of GSM, obviously the mid-80s design mobile standards, while they're beginning to rock and weaken, they have survived 30, 35 years of fairly constant attack So what this demonstrates is we can do security well as the industry, and we can get it right left our own devices. However, as I suspect Anik will sort of comment from the consumer side, there are clearly some areas where the industry is not getting it right left to its own devices. So if we take things like IoT security, which tends to be the common source of botnets and other weak security in the industry, clearly there is something not quite right in the way in which industry, the regulators, and civil society come together to set that bar in the right place. So in terms of how do we achieve a high level, I think the first thing that we have to consider is how do we achieve a basic level of security in order to get everybody up to the same level. So when it comes to achieving a high degree of cybersecurity compliance at a high level, for example, the sort of national security nuclear power station end, I think we already have most of the building blocks we need to meet the sort of levels we've got. Where we actually have to start from is that basic level of security, trying to drag the bar up. Now, there's an interesting trade-off between setting that bar very, very high. The Commission is obviously setting a high bar in terms of its expectation through CSA and RED. CSA obviously has the flexibility of 3 levels, which is on its side. RED is a little bit more difficult because it only has 1. So I think the first thing is to establish is what can we do to raise every device's bar to a decent level of cybersecurity. Now, we do get quite a lot of pushback when people say, well, what about, this device? Security doesn't really matter. I think the thing we also have to remember is that all devices together form an ecosystem. So just because a device in itself doesn't represent a security risk to its user, it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't represent a security risk to the network. So I think that's the other thing we have to bear in mind when we're considering how do we achieve rapid compliance, how do we achieve whole system security, how do we protect the users, how do we protect privacy, how do we protect civil society, is that we need to consider both the direct effect on the users and the effect of those devices should they be a botnet. So I think in summary, we have some great tools, things like EN 303645. We have some good building blocks that the IETF and others produce. We have things like the ISO framework standards, ETSI has some as well, that can allow you to develop strong security. What we don't appear to have is the drive to actually achieve that security, get everybody to implement it, and also the users to understand their security journey. So I think the other challenge we have in this space is getting to a point where a user can walk into an electronics shop or a retail store and say, I want to buy a device. I actually want to buy the device for security. I want to be able to look at the box and differentiate and say, this product is better because it's been made in Europe and it has high quality security versus a cheap product I've brought in. At the moment, users do not do that unless you're a security professional. We are generally in the odd 1% that might look at the back of the box. So I think that's the other factor, is there needs to be user demand to do this. And then I think you'll see a more rapid adoption. So kind of a multifaceted answer to sort of get a bit of discussion going, and hopefully that will provoke a bit of questioning in the audience. But there is no silver bullet magic answer to that question, certainly from my perspective.
Thank you, Alex. This is definitely a very interesting perspective with which to open our debate today. So I will leave the floor to Chiara Giovannini for a consumer's perspective. Chiara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to the meeting organizers for inviting ANEC. We are very pleased to be here. As it has been mentioned, ANEC is the association representing consumers in standardization. Why do we have consumers and standards? Because standards are used to complement legislation at the European level. And they can be useful. Cybersecurity is one of the examples where standards can be useful. And to reply to Alex, we need the drive to have cybersecurity at all levels of the market, also the consumer market? Our answer is very clear. We need legal obligations to do so, because we have been testing products for the last 7-8 years, connected products, and the test results are that the cybersecurity is not improving, sometimes is even worsening. And I'm referring to products such as connected cameras, doorbells, connected doorbells, all those products that are supposed to be increasing the physical security of consumers, they in reality expose to consumers to both cybersecurity problems and lack of physical security. Now, looking at the role of standards, we see that we have this legislation that is making use of standards. We support this approach. We first need a baseline obligation of cybersecurity. How technical this is happening, it's the role of the standard to decide and to then operate. The market alone is not delivering. The consumer market is not delivering. And we need now to have legal intervention. We are having it. So we are very pleased about it, but it takes time. We regret that meanwhile, there is a lack of trust of consumers in the consumer market for IoT. I've been working on IoT for the last 12 years, and it's still very much a concept is not realizing. I remember even 15 years ago, we were working on smart homes. Can we say we have a smart home, any of us? I don't think so. So those concepts are not realizing, and lack of security is one of the main obstacles.
Thank you, Chiara. And on this note, on the need for regulatory intervention, we're going to move to a more public authority perspective with Esteve Sanz, who I understand is present on site in Trieste. So Esteve, the floor is yours.
Oh, I hope you can hear me well. Indeed, I'm present in Trieste. I'm privileged, I have to say. It's my first time in Trieste, my first time in EuroDIG, and both experiences are really paying off. So thank you very much for inviting me to this panel and to EuroDIG in general. This is a crucial question. Standardization in general, cybersecurity in general are topics that the Commission is looking into very closely. There have been in recent years 2 very important communications that deal with this: the cybersecurity strategy communication and the internet standardization communication. Communications are official documents from the Commission, thus they are endorsed by the College of Commissioners, and they really show where the Commission thinking is going on those issues. And in parallel, there are already a series of regulatory instruments at the EU level that deal with standards more generally, with cyber standards, with internet standards that are more the topic of concern of my particular unit. So this is something we are looking into, and indeed we have our concerns, but also our premises. And I would say that one major premise that drives our work on standardization is what I would say a reasonable premise that standards should be voluntary in terms of deployment or adoption. And the process of designing a standard should also be a bottom-up process, a multi-stakeholder process. And this particularly applies on internet standards that have a strong cybersecurity component. But we think that's the model, and we start from that premise because we think basically that this within this consensus, within the consensus created by industry players, by all sorts of players, including states, that the system, a system set so complex with so many technical and interoperability elements, should evolve. And we should not forget that in general, the internet has evolved very successfully under those premises. So these are premises that regulations, communications, you will not see a change of premise on that front from the point of view of the Commission. This does not mean that we are not worried about standard deployment. And we are. And we are really following closely at different levels and in different sectors how this is going. In my particular field on internet standards that my team is working on, we have commissioned a study. It's really more kind of a framework of collaboration with the scientific branch of the Commission, the Joint Research Center, the JRC, to help us understand how the deployment of critical internet standards that have strong cybersecurity implications is going. And the results are not fantastic. The full study will be published soon. We will publish a website. We will reflect in relation to those results. But I just wanted to give you a few examples of the results coming out of this study. For example, in terms of DNSSEC, which is a crucial standard to avoid basically man-in-the-middle attacks on the internet, we see that 92% of the top-level domain names that are operating in the EU have DNSSEC deployed, but at the same time, only 5% of second-level domains are signed as well, which actually jeopardizes the whole DNSSEC protection. Another short type of standards, the manners standards. Manners is not only about a set of standards, but also practices that deal with internet routing. Internet routing is absolutely fundamental. Problems in the internet routing system might bring very serious hiccups on the overall internet infrastructure. The internet might go down if there are serious problems on internet routing. Here, what we see in this study is that there is generally a good adoption among network operators in the EU. We have between 90 and 100% of network operators deploying the proper standards. But when it comes to the level of validation of the routing advertising, which is, again, one crucial component of the overall routing system, the BGP system, then we see that the level of application is below 50%. And then when we go into operators that also play a role in routing, the IXPs, fundamental part of the infrastructure of the internet, we see that less than 50% of IXPs have done their homework in terms of internet routing. These are serious issues because the implications of not having cybersecurity at that level are very serious at the same time. We're looking into email security. These are very long list of acronyms. I have to confess that probably my co-panelists will know more about them than myself, but for example, STARTS, TLS, LPF, DKM, DMARC. These are all security standards for the email. And this is very important because the email these days is a form of identification. And of course, it compromises our confidentiality, our authenticity, our integrity. So here we see that between 80% and 60%, 60% is relatively low. It's quite low, taking into account how difficult it is, how important this is, of EU operators of email, as a representative sample of operators, are deploying these standards. Then just let me finish with IPv6, which is debated whether it has a strong cybersecurity component. We think it does. We think it does relate with cybersecurity, IPv6. Here, again, we've looked at the data, and we see that in the EU, 28% for client-side and only 12% for server-side have deployed IPv6, which is the internet standard, the standard that there is huge consensus that needs to be deployed, or otherwise you can have very serious bottlenecks in the development of the information society. So this is slightly above the world average, but it's still extremely low. So voluntary adoption of standards, multi-stakeholder elaboration of standards. In the case of internet standards, IETF is the place to go. We are defending IETF in front of pushes in ITU to deal with internet standards. This is very clear for us. But we really, as policymakers, need to understand what's behind these low levels of deployment. What are the causes? They are not easy to identify. We're also looking into them. And also develop what is already on the table, and we can discuss later, funding instruments to help with the deployment and with the participation of EU stakeholders in these issues, but also start a reflection about what else can be done.
Thank you. And after these opening statements, I'd like to leave the floor to the audience in case there are questions before moving forward with the discussion. I see there's a first hand raised online by Andrew. Andrew, please.
Hi, I think I've been unmuted now. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, thanks for your introductory comments. So, just 2 points I'd like to make, just briefly. One is, I don't think it's right to assume that all standards are good, nor indeed that they even complement each other. So, for example, probably time doesn't permit going into the details, but there are some standards that supposedly enhance privacy that can weaken cybersecurity. And that includes standards currently under development within the IETF. So I don't think there should be a sort of a general assumption that just because something's a standard, it's good, and therefore people should be encouraged to implement it without proper consideration of the implications. And then briefly, my second point is, which is sort of touched on in the opening comments. Again, I'll pick on internet standards. Most of those are developed within the IETF. There's minimal involvement in the IETF by stakeholders other than the tech sector. So there's certainly virtually no involvement of civil society, legislators, end users even. There's virtually no voice of the end user within the IETF, which I think is deeply worrying. So in my view, if you want to really push for the adoption of selected standards, and certainly if you want to consider making that adoption mandatory in some way, that should really be on the condition that standards are developed by a true multi-stakeholder body in the first place, and not gifted to society by the tech sector without proper discussion of all of the implications of the standards as they're developed, including the policy impact that standards may have. Yeah, by all means encourage the adoption of standards, but have them developed by a much broader group of stakeholders if you're going to push for that, is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I see there's also a question from the room, right?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mark Carvel. I'm a policy advisor with an IGF dynamic coalition that's looking at this issue of lack of deployment of security-related standards. It's called IS3C, Internet Standards for Security and Safety. We set it up about 2 years ago. And we've got research going on into specifically standards relating to the Internet of Things, education and vocational training about security standards in cybersecurity. And also we have a working group looking at potential drivers for the adoption of Internet standards, specifically relating to procurement and supply chain management. And we've got research projects underway relating to the drivers, procurement and supply chain management. We haven't got the funding yet for our research project on that, but it's ready to roll, if you like. So there is discussion, there is a forum within the IGF for doing this, and it's a year-round, it's intersessional dynamic coalition. and we're looking for more and more partners and more data. So I was very interested to hear about this study on the lack of adoption and implementation, and also whether there's any thinking about how to correct that through identifying drivers such as procurement. If procurement agencies for governments and supply chain managers in the private sector knew enough about security standards, could they then actually require them through their purchasing and supply chain decisions? And that could be a significant driver. I'm not aware of any studies into that. That's an interesting line to pursue in terms of bringing about more effective implementation of standards that are coming out of the standards developing organizations. So interested to hear any reactions to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I don't see any further questions from the audience online or present, so I'd like to go back to the panelists to see if they would like to react. Andrew mentioned the point of the lack of involvement of stakeholders outside the tech industry in the IETF. So perhaps on this, we can go back to Chiara from a consumer perspective. Chiara, would you like to react to any of the comments and questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Standardization is a private and commercial activity, so there is competition about the standards to be developed. There are many fora of discussion. As consumers, we are extremely under-resourced, as you can imagine, as all NGOs, and we have to pick our priorities. Unfortunately, the standards, the internet standards and the bodies developing them are not one of them, like for example, ITU is not one of them. This is not for criticizing the work done there, but it's just a question of being effective with the funding we have, very limited funding. It comes into play not only the subject that is being standardized, but the rule of procedure, the rule of the game. And what we see at the European level, in the European Standardization Organization, the rule of the game allows us to be there and to have our voice heard. In other standardization organizations, the rules of the game are that who pays more is the one taking it all. So that has also to be taken into account in the use of the standards, not only the technical content, but how the decision making is taking place.
Thank you, Chiara. Esteve from Trieste, would you like to add something?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So you want me to come in on the two questions, or on IETF? I think we all agree that there are barriers of entry into the IETF as an organization that have been growing over time, and that if you look at the level of participation, you see that there are really very big companies, normally from Chinese or an American origin, that cover many parts of the crucial standardization process. But this does not mean that IETF is only driven by these organizations. And here we've engaged with IETF into such discussions. They have very concrete statistics. We see that European companies are also present in IETF, and they have substantial contributions. We see that the IETF has a very significant contribution from the academic community, from the technical community of the EU. And we have an eye on IETF. Public policy makers have an eye on IETF as well as in other standardization organizations, precisely because standards are not only a technical endeavor, they do have public policy concerns, and this is the role of policymakers participating in these standardization organizations, to keep an eye on them and to contribute if we see that those public interests are not there. Now, the diagnostic that IETF has high barriers of entry and that we might need to intervene so that we can facilitate and promote the inclusion of other stakeholders, not only European, by the way, but we're speaking with African countries, and they are worried also about IETF and the potential lack of participation of developing countries in IETF. That's very clear, but we think that institutionally speaking, the IETF system has shown itself to be perfectly capable of developing such standards. A different thing is the deployment. And here, even if you talk with IETF prominent figures, institutional responsibles, they admit that from the very beginning, deployment was not a concern of the technical community of the companies that were developing those standards there. They wanted to create the best standard to solve one particular problem. But the structure of incentives attached to the deployment of that standard has not received proper consideration. And this is something that the IETF recognizes, and it's working on it. Now, you've mentioned ITU. We are, the European Union in general, because it's not only the Commission, but the EU member states, radically opposed to move internet standardization to ITU, because the situation would be much worse than IETF. Basically, ITU is a state-centric organization where bureaucrats like myself from all sorts of member states who hardly know what the acronyms mean would be discussing technical issues that we don't properly understand. And we would be taking decisions that would drive to what the first speaker mentioned, which is basically the compulsory adoption of standards that might not be adequate or beneficial. That's why it's so important that standards in general, standard deployment, standard development, continue to be voluntary. But we should really pay close eye at the exceptions, because there might be exceptions, especially on those standards such as IPv6, where everyone agrees that it's something that we need to develop, but for some reason it's not working.
Thank you. And I see that meanwhile more questions are coming, both from Trieste and from the people online, and I'm really happy about it. So there's a quite lively discussion on technical standards and whose duty it is to implement them in the chat. And I think this is a very good topic for a member of industry to address. So Alex, floor is yours if you would like to follow up to the questions that are coming.
Yeah, so I mean, I think picking up on the theme of IETF and then what's implemented and what doesn't. IETF clearly works. So the internet has managed to achieve sort of a scale of deployment that little else has. We also have to remember that there is a difference between standards applied to end users. So, for example, as Chiara talked about, the poor implementation security in IoT, I think we have to some degree separate that out from the fundamental protocols that run the internet. So the IETF clearly has handled that well and continues to do so. We have all of the building blocks we need actually at that level to both have security. TLS 1.3 pretty much does what it says on the tin. 1.2 is fine with its mutual authentication and extensions present, not so great without. So we have all of those things. I think as commented in the chat by Peter and Andrew, the thing we're mixing up in part here is the operation of the internet, which is largely done for free by the underlying telcos and the infrastructure providers, and interoperability with users. So if you look at, for example, in the US and Western Europe, part of the reason that IPv6 has not rolled out heavily is that we have plenty of IPv4 addresses. Most of the drive for IPv6 is in parts of the world where there is a lack of IPv4 availability, but also, as also noted in the chat, one of the paradigms that IPv6 was driven to provide was, direct connectivity, everybody in the world being able to have their own IP address and all of the rest of this. what you actually find when you overlay privacy concerns on that is that actually we end up applying carrier grade NAT in a lot of cases in order to obfuscate people's IP addresses, because you don't want, for privacy reasons, their IP address to be publicly routable. And you end up back with IPv4. So clearly, at some point, the industry will shift. I'm not convinced on the v4, v6 debate there is actually much of a security implication around that, in that you can run TLS, you can run DNSSEC, and you can run various other things, regardless of the transport protocol. The other thing that affects the IPv4, IPv6 debate is that in low power mobile devices, for example, in IoT, where the actual payload of the packets is quite small, IPv6 is a little bit bandwidth hungry. IPv4 packets tend to be smaller. So actually there's some interesting dynamics in there. IPv6 is great for fiber broadband. In some cases for mobile deployments, especially in sort of low bandwidth IoT or industrial type deployments, it's actually not quite so great because of some of its overheads and its packet sizing. So all of that largely is an operational issue, not a security issue. So in terms of contributions to ITF, as noted, ITF's an interesting body for me in that while yes, large companies contribute, you contribute as an individual. So yes, large companies can send more individuals, but in that sense, it's not actually dominated. I think as the representative pointed out, in that it has a lot of experts, it does a lot of good things. So I think in terms of those aspects, we need to separate the free access to the internet and the ability to provide security with the sort of application layer security. Now, in terms of adoption of those standards, I think actually Chiara makes some very good points, that the reason a lot of those standards have not been adopted is because regulation has not driven companies to adopt. So if you look at the large West Coast US companies and the large Europeans, were regulation to say, well, actually, we need a bit more privacy on the internet, or we want a bit more mandatory security, or we want access for law enforcement or other sort of regulatory purposes, that drives an adoption of standards that already exist. And I think that's the angle that plays in terms of, are they deployed, are they not deployed? And also, if there is a regulation that says you are going to have security in a certain area, that will in turn drive IETF to adopt new standards or tweak the ones it's got. So in that sense, there is that feedback loop. At the moment, there isn't that sort of mandatory requirement. And therefore, some of it doesn't get done. But regulation on its own is not going to cause adoption of certain things in the internet. Also, because we have to remember there are lots and lots of legacy devices out there. We could easily go and say from a CSP perspective or an ISP perspective, do you know what, we're going to roll out full IPv6, mandatory TLS 1.3, mandatory DNSSEC and other bits and pieces. Absolutely great. Everything would be secure. The users would have to go and bin 99% of their equipment, as would large parts of industry. It would all have to go in the bin, massive environmental waste. So while that's a little bit melodramatic, that is the other factor that we always have to live with is, yes, there's a drive for user consumer privacy. Yes, there's a drive for better adoption. But it's always that tricky balance of what do we do with all the legacy kit and the stuff people have got that works, which will not be compatible with some of that, and it will not be upgradable. So I think it's also important, and perhaps this is something the EU and others can think about more, is that regulation journey. So where do we want to be in 10 years' time, and how do we get there? Not here's a regulation now, how can we make it, people adopt it? And I think if you can say to the industry, here's the journey, here's a longer time scale, and this is what we want you to achieve, also including the user involvement and everything else, that will drive adoption. Step changes are difficult to accommodate. When things change from sort of binary state of no security to we want lots, a longer time scale and driving manufacturers to provide support for longer periods for the products, that's probably, again, a lot of the way we'll address some of this.
Thank you, Alex. I see the debate is going on both in the chat and in person. I'm afraid we only have around 5 minutes left, so perhaps there's time for one more question from the audience in Trieste, to which our panel participants can give a quick answer.
Arvin, would you like to come forward to make the last? No, he has said that we can go to the next question.
Online or from Trieste, how many people are there in the queue? Okay, so I think we can take the last question from the audience online. I see Wouden has raised his hand. Wout, floor to you.
Yes, thank you, Ricardo. I think you can hear me now. My name is Wout and I am the coordinator of the IS3C. Mark spoke on just as well, an IGF dynamic coalition. The origins of that dynamic coalition was a study, a pilot project under the IGF into deployment of internet standards and the causes why they were not deployed massively and widespread. I think that what we've been hearing right now is a couple of things. One is that, as Stefan said, we are not going to regulate or legislate these voluntary standards and related best practices. But then it does come down to other decisions. And it's going to be either of the two, because if it progresses like we do now, probably we're having the same discussion 10 years from now, except that I may be retired by that time, and you, Ricardo, may be a little grayer. But having said that, is that we have a few options, but then we do have to start driving them. And one of them is procurement. If governments around the world would start demanding when they procure certain standards to be in place, and have some rules around it set by the national government, it would mean that there would be a demand for security. And I think that that would be a positive driver for industry to adopt. The second is that industry would do the same when they do the management of their supply chain, and the product that they buy themselves, it would be a second strong driver to actually get more security. Chiara already mentioned about consumer testing, but perhaps it should be better somehow compared to what it is now, because you said it's not making any difference, we're not seeing any difference. But then perhaps with studying it all again, it could make a difference in the future. But that is something which I just say from the sideline. Another thing that we could do is relentless testing of these products and making sure that there's a responsible disclosure. And when things do not change, that there's a few bodies around the world that could do actually the naming and shaming. Because then it will become known who's on the side of we repair our stuff and the ones who don't. But it's also, we have talked about regulation, but quite often said we are not regulating. But is that really true, or are we just not doing it as regulators? I'm not a regulator anymore, so I can't say we. But what is in the law actually at this point in time, where we're talking about consumer protection, or we're talking about a GDPR? Would that give a handle to actually regulate safer products? And that is something that perhaps need to be researched. And I will stop here because otherwise I'm still talking tomorrow morning. But fact is that there are many, many options to follow. And with IS3C, we are starting on the first ones. We're hoping to start something on data security and data governance very soon. But we're also working on consumer protection in Latin America, and hopefully that will start later this year. And that will depend on finding the funding, which we are now discussing. So in other words, we at the IS3C try to walk all these avenues and come not only with a piece of paper, but then we'll work hard at providing the guidelines and the toolkits and capacity building programs to actually deploy the recommendations. And that may change the course, but it's something that we need you on board for, because otherwise we will not be able to do this. And we need support, not just financially, but also experts being on board and making sure that we say the right things when we make the recommendations, which are widely supported. So let me stop there. Thank you for the opportunity, Ricardo. And looking forward to hear a small reaction in the minute that we have left.
Thank you, Wout. It's 1:30 and the time for this session is over. I actually had a list of questions that I had shared with the panelists, and then I only managed to make the first one because so many questions came from the audience, and this is fantastic because it's a sign of a very enticing topic, good speakers, and a lot of interest from the participants. So I'm really happy with how the panel went. So thanks again to the organizers of EuroDIG, to the org team, and to the three panelists, Alex Ledbeat, Chiara Giovannini, and Esteve Sanz. I will give the floor back to Nadia for preparing the next session. Meanwhile, wish you all a good EuroDIG continuation. Bye.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. And a warm applause from the audience here for all the speakers. We will now go for a break, but we'll still stay in focus area 2, but subtopic 3. We'll be looking at international cooperation on criminal justice in cyberspace. Where are we and where are we heading to? We hope to invite you back here at 4:45. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to take your seat? We are just about to start subtopic 3 of the focus area 2. We're now going into the session, International Cooperation on Criminal Justice in Cyberspace. Where are we and where are we heading to? Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to continue your discussions, please, you can go outside to continue, or please take your seat if you'd like to join the discussion. Thank you very much. We are joined by our online moderator, Dr. Desara Dushi, and I would like to give her the floor. Please, go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to all of you who have joined us both in person and also online. And before I start, to all of you, please, if you have questions, either raise your hand or type in the chat, and we will make sure that everyone's voice is heard. This is meant to be an interactive session, so please do not hesitate to come forward. As many of you already know, this is not the first session on cybercrime at EuroDIG, but it's actually a continuation of what has become a tradition, if I can say so, of discussing over such a topic that never fails to attract attention, because obviously it is something that impacts all of us, and also because in these few years, a lot has been going on in the area. This year alone, we have two major changes going on. The second additional protocol to the Convention on Cybercrime, which opened for signature in May, and the ongoing negotiations for a new treaty on cybercrime by the UN, which held a session also in May. Not to mention here also the EU that is taking or trying to take some measures on the use of AI by law enforcement authorities with the AI Act proposal, whose text was also made available in April last year, but we still don't know how much it will change until it enters into force. To discuss all these issues, we have here today three excellent speakers who are directly involved in these processes. I have the pleasure to introduce to you Marco Cunapo, who is currently working at the Criminal Police Department of the Ministry of Justice of Estonia. He is a member of the Council of Europe Cybercrime Convention Committee and has been member of the Bureau of the Committee for several years. Between 2010-2014, he was also the chair of the committee. In addition, he is currently one of the vice chairs to the new UN ad hoc committee to elaborate new UN Convention on Cybercrime. Marco, thank you very much for being here with us, and I'm really sorry that you are the only one on stage. Then we have Isabella Brunner, who is a cybercrime officer at UN ODC and supports the ad hoc committee to elaborate a new convention on countering the use of information and communication technologies for criminal purposes with legal analysis. So basically the UN cybercrime convention that I was talking about. Previously, she worked for the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs Office of the Legal Advisor and as a researcher and lecturer in public international law at the University of Vienna. And last but not least, we have Jesper Lund, who is representing EDRI, which is a network of over 45 NGOs. Jesper is also chairman of ITPOL, the only Danish member of EDRI. And together with EDRI, he works on data protection in the law enforcement area, including cross-border access to data. Thank you to all of you for being here with us. And without further ado, I would like to start setting the scene by asking each of you to give a very brief talk, limited to 5 minutes. I would like to start with Marco and then Isabella and Jesper. Marco, I will leave the floor to you for a short talk, but before I do, I'd like to jump directly to a question that maybe you can address during your talk. Since you are directly involved in both the Council of Europe Cybercrime Convention Committee and also in the UN Ad hoc Committee on a Cybercrime Convention, can you tell us how are these two committees cooperating with each other, if they are at all, and how is the UN Ad hoc Committee making sure that there is no overlapping with the Budapest Convention? Thank you.
Thank you for this introduction. You mentioned very correctly that we have been discussing these topics for several years, and cooperation to fight cybercrime has been one of the topics that has been discussed during the previous EuroDIG meetings as well. This year, yes, we have some additional developments, and I would just briefly mention these as well. As regards the situation concerning cybercrime, then it's getting worse and worse. You can just look at the statistics, you can just read from the media. Not only these ordinary cybercrime offenses, the numbers are rising, but the problem is that these cases also get more and more complicated. more and more complicated ransomware attacks, different types of fraud, scam, business email compromise, and then so on. But it's also the impact. We have seen actually how devastating ransomware, how devastating cybercrime can be, and the whole economy, national security could be affected. Of course, law enforcement authorities worldwide need to respond to this. And it's not easy, because most of the challenges that we have been discussing for years, they are still there, but luckily actually there are some additional developments. And then we hope that this would bring added value, and international, let's say, investigations, cross-border investigations would become more effective in the future. You also mentioned the second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention. The negotiations started already in 2017. The committee, the Cybercrime Convention Committee, adopted the text, and then later the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe adopted the text in 2021. And yes, this year in May, to be exact, the 12th of May, the protocol was opened for signature, and already on the first day, 22 state parties to the Budapest Convention already signed the protocol. Also, 2 more signatures were followed. Right now, actually, there are 24 signatures already. When we think about the number of the state parties to the Budapest Convention, then this is 66, but this number is also increasing. And the protocol would provide some additional tools. It wouldn't replace or substitute the Cybercrime Convention. The convention is there and then will be there, but there will be some additional tools. And in addition to this classical or traditional government-to-government type international cooperation, we would introduce law enforcement or government to private sector, to service provider type of cooperation. Of course, measures are different. You need to just respect certain procedures. There's plenty of safeguards in place, but we hope that this would bring a change. Of course, the protocol is not in force yet. We need to just wait. We need 5 ratifications for this, but we hope that very soon these, let's say, new tools, new measures would be available for law enforcement authorities. Also, as regards United Nations treaty process, negotiations for the new UN treaty have also started. This year in February and then in March, the first substantive session took place. The second session that discussed the substantive law provisions, law enforcement procedural law provisions, ended just a few weeks ago in August, and then in September we are looking forward to have the third session, so we have pretty tight schedule. Of course, actually, to a certain extent, this new UN convention, it could overlap with the Budapest. And then I think that it's not a problem. It would be very useful, actually, if there would be something to complement. But again, the dynamics, when we look at the negotiations and when we look at actually what are the views of different countries or stakeholders, then the situation, the landscape is very different. We had some difficult times, and then it took quite a long time, actually, to agree at the Council of Europe level to reach a compromise. Right now, at the UN, we have very ambitious let's say, time frame, and then we need to see, actually, how the negotiations go, and whether and how it would be possible to reach the compromise, because countries have very diverse views, starting from the scope of the convention, what kind of offenses should be covered there, what kind of procedural measures, whether the procedural measures would be for, say, electronic evidence in general, or maybe just they should focus or address offenses provided by the convention. Also, there are some discussions related to international cooperation. So therefore, there are so many different views. And of course, countries have very different expectations on this as well. But right now, the substantive discussions have just started, and I think we shall see, hopefully next year, actually what is the state of play there, and then I think we can make some additional predictions. What could be the outcome? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Especially thank you for pointing out also the fact that there is a lot of debate going on with different countries having different expectations, which obviously makes sense, especially if we keep in mind that the difference is in jurisdiction. So it will be, I also think it will be a bit difficult to reach to a final text. Maybe Isabella can tell us more about this. Isabella, please, the floor is yours.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, I think Marco has already touched a lot upon the process of the AHC and how, what has happened. So I don't think I have to touch upon that one yet anymore. But yeah, relating the question as to how, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not sure if I got it right.
You mean the question regarding how will the countries come to a decision to make a final?
Yeah, sure. Well, yes, of course. So I think first of all we have to consider that a UN treaty, so a treaty on a global level with 193 member states, is definitely a different endeavor than it is regulating or negotiating a treaty on a regional level. First of all, I think you have to, as Marco has also said, on the regional level, you have perhaps more agreement as to certain jurisdictional questions, also whether you are dealing with a civil law or common law system. And on a global level, you have to deal with other questions as well, such as cultural values or certain understandings as to what should be regulated and what should not be regulated. So I think that, of course, poses the difficulty in terms of negotiation, and of course also the value, the amount of member states involved in these discussions. 193 is definitely much more than at COE level or at other regional levels, such as the African Union Convention or League of Arab States. So I think that that's also something to take into consideration. At the same time, however, and that now speaking for the AHC Secretariat, I think we can see that at the second session that just took place end of May, beginning of June, that the more we go into detail and the more we look at the in-depth discussions taking place and in-depth questions being raised, we see a lot of convergences in certain areas. Of course, there are still different divergences in terms of what exactly to include. The scope of the convention, as Marco has also pointed out, is perhaps something that might be tricky. But at the same time, I think what many realize, and that has also been voiced by a lot of member states in the room, is that we in fact do have certain convergences. And I think that was also raised a lot, that now I think is the time to focus on the consensus and perhaps work from there and then try to figure out how far we can go with that.
Thank you, Isabella. Jesper, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. So I will focus limit my comments to the second additional protocol to the Cybercrime Treaty, because it really, for the time being, has decided not to work on the forthcoming UN treaty. And I'll focus on the aspect of the second additional protocol that, in our view, sort of represents the most radical change over the mother convention, the Budapest Convention, Cybercrime Convention from 2001. So the Budapest Convention, besides criminalizing certain offenses, also provides for mutual legal assistance. And so mutual legal assistance is something we, of course, support. And the advantage of mutual legal assistance is that authorities in the requested state, where the service provider and possibly the person whose data is sought reside, are involved in the process, and it happens according to procedures under the domestic law where the service provider is established. That means that fundamental rights safeguards can be upheld, double criminality checks can be made, and privileges and immunities can for instance, for lawyers and doctors can be respected. So the second additional protocol changes that because Article 6 and 7 provides for direct requests from law enforcement authorities to service providers in another state. In principle, that is the main intention, the main rule, without involvement of domestic authorities. And this, so I should say, the regime in Article 6 and 7 applies only to subscriber information and domain registry information, the so-called WHOIS data. But nonetheless, it's a big difference in our opinion from the mutual legal assistance regime, because there is no involvement of authorities in the state where the service provider is established. There are no checks of fundamental rights, if that is relevant, no checks of say double criminality, if that is relevant, and also a request or an order, as it actually is, a production order, could be issued in cases where it is not possible under the rules of the domestic law. And that, in our view, has huge potential negative implications for fundamental rights. There are some safeguards in the second additional protocol. For example, it is possible for states to require notification, so they have an opportunity to get involved and possibly refuse some production orders in the same way that it can be done under mutual legal assistance, with the various grounds for refusal established in the Budapest Convention. But there's no automatic guarantee that this will happen, and it does not necessarily have suspensive effect. So meaning that service providers may respond before domestic authorities had a chance to evaluate the production order from another state. Some may say that, well, this is just subscriber information, so it is a minor problem, but that is not necessarily the case. So subscriber information could mean revealing the identity of an anonymous speaker. And that may be a huge problem if in certain states for say political crime, offending public officials and so forth. And also subscriber data in itself can be quite sensitive if privileges and immunities are involved. And it should also be added that the Budapest Convention has a relatively expansive definition of subscriber information, at least compared to EU law. IP addresses are part of the definition of subscriber information in some cases. So for the European Union, there's a special problem with the second additional protocol relating to data protection. Service providers can receive production orders from law enforcement authorities in states outside the European Union. And in that case, a so-called third country transfer is involved, which requires a special legal basis in the GDPR. The second additional protocol tries to provide for that with a relatively large data protection article, Article 14, which is so compared to the GDPR and also Convention 108 and 108 plus, it is a relatively lightweight data protection regime. We have serious concerns about this. It was also introduced at the very last minute. And for that reason, EuroDIG has recently called upon the European Parliament to request an opinion from the Court of Justice whether the second additional protocol is at all compatible with with primary law of the European Union before member states start signing and or at least before member states start ratifying it. In particular, we are concerned that there's no automatic assessment of data protection in the many third countries that may be parties to the Budapest Convention and the second additional protocol. And also, data subject rights are dependent on domestic law that may not be essentially equivalent to EU law. And last but not least, the possibility for data protection authorities to suspend transfers to third countries are more limited than we think they should be, according to the case law from the Court of Justice. So let me stop here with my introductory remarks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jesper. You raised some very interesting points. I would like to see if there is someone from the audience who would like to say something, or make a comment or a question. I see no one raising hands online. Okay, also not from the main room. Then we can. I can continue with a question to Marco, who I think would also want to say something about the points that were raised by Jesper. And also adding to that, Marco, do you see that there is a risk of increased legal fragmentation? We have been talking about this also in previous EuroDIG years, at EuroDIG. And do you think that we risk of finding agreements on a minimum standard with the second additional protocol, but also with having now a UN treaty?
Thank you for this question. I think that when we look at the situation right now, what is happening, countries having unilateral practices, this direct cooperation between law enforcement and service providers, this is happening already now. I think that what the second additional protocol does, it creates new legislative framework. And then also provides binding framework and standards, necessary conditions, and then safeguards. So I think that there would be added value, and also in terms of fundamental rights and data protection. As regards possible ratification of the protocol by European Union member states, right now we have a decision of the Council of European Union, which authorized EU member states to sign the protocol. Of course, discussions concerning future ratification are not over. They are still going on. But the protocol, yes, actually we can look at the different articles and then different measures or mechanisms that it provides. But also almost every article, every measure has also certain let's say options, possibilities for reservations and declarations. And here also actually we have already instructions by European Union that in case, of course it's not adopted, it's not final yet, but in case EU member states wish to ratify, then there are certain reservations, certain declarations they must make, because it's obvious that member states need to comply with the European Union law, including GDPR and Charter of Fundamental Rights. So therefore, by having these and then by making these reservations and declarations, we would also ensure that the implementation of the protocol would be in line with EU law. And then right now, this is also the assessment of the European Commission. Also, when we think about the negotiations that lasted for almost 4 years, then also we had EU institutions involved, and then this is, right now, this is the compromise. But again, we don't know yet actually how the future implementation would look like, because due to these complex mechanism, possibilities for reservations and then declarations, we could see different kind of implementation. But as regards to the negotiations at the United Nations level, then yes, it was quite difficult to reach agreement at the Council of Europe at the Cybercrime Convention Committee level. When we think about discussions at the European Union, then we have this proposal for the e-evidence. Negotiations, discussions have lasted for more than 4 years already. And I think we need to be realistic, that it would be quite difficult, almost impossible, to go beyond what EU law provides for or what the second additional protocol. So it could be somewhere, because countries are very different. The different cultures, different legal traditions, also let's say, attitude concerning fundamental rights, data protection is different. So we need to have some sort of compromise. And again, actually, if there would be, let's say, minimum common denominator, then still actually, I think it would be still good to have something actually which would work at global level, which could be used by all UN member states. Because right now, actually, even if there would be an instrument for the EU, then this would be meant for EU member states. When we talk about the second additional protocol, then in order to ratify, in order to join the protocol, first you need to join the convention. So again, it's not a very big number of countries, but again, slowly the number is increasing. But again, in case you need to cooperate with other countries who are not EU member states, who are not state parties to the convention, then this new UN treaty could be used for that. And of course, discussions are still going on concerning the scope of application, what kind of topics, what kind of elements it could address. It could also, there are different views, different proposals concerning international cooperation, tracing criminal proceeds, asset recovery, additional measures concerning confiscation, witness protection, protection of victims. So definitely some elements of the UN Convention actually could overlap or maybe be similar to the Budapest Convention, but definitely it wouldn't be just a copy-paste, because the audience, the number of member states is different, and then also views of countries, views of expectations by UN member states is different.
I see we have a question from the chat. Are there provisions for participating countries to deviate from the common minimum, and to what extent? And in the case of countries that disproportionately exceed the normal deviation, in abstract terms, are there diplomatic processes foreseen to moderate the excesses? Maybe Marco or Isabella want to reply to this question?
I could maybe first say a few words. Right now, actually, there are no provisions yet. We have had two rounds of discussions on general objectives, elements. We had first round of discussions on substantive law and then procedural law. Yes, actually, there would be text proposals, provisions, but at a later stage. And then actually we can see, and then we can check actually what would be there, and then whether and then how it would be possible to reach compromise on certain wording, on certain provisions, articles. Right now, actually, there are no text proposals yet. But of course, actually, we are looking at the conditions and safeguards and everything, because the convention, in order to be, let's say, acceptable, actually, it has to meet the requirements of, or maybe needs of all UN member states.
I'm getting notified that we have Nigel from the main room, and then also someone else.
Could I quickly reply to the question as well?
Yes, please.
Sorry. So on the question on deviating from the common minimum, I hear an echo, but hopefully it will go away. Okay, it's gone. So I think, yeah, as Marco has pointed out, currently we are not in a stage of actually having draft provisions yet. This will be at the stage of the second reading, which will take place at the beginning of the fourth session in January in New York. But I mean, in terms of international treaty law and treaty text in general, there are certain ways, of course, of making sure that certain states can go further than, for example, what has been agreed as the compromise. You can think of, on the one hand, reservations or declarations to a certain provision that member states could, for example, make a reservation to a specific paragraph or a specific provision if they do not feel comfortable with ratifying that certain provision. And at the same time, you can also think of having, I think that is also the case with the Budapest Convention, certain paragraphs within a provision that would allow states to regulate even further content, or go further than what has actually been agreed as a compromise in the treaty text. So I think that are two important points to bear in mind. And to react to what Marco has said about that we need something at a global level, I think we can see that there is a large agreement that there is a necessity to fight cybercrime at a global level. And I think what makes this, and now I'm being optimistic again, but I think what makes us perhaps optimistic to look forward with the UN process is that that states are very eager to fight a common enemy in a way. These are individuals that are conducting criminal activities, and I think that might also be helpful. Then, for example, that what is the case with other committees, such as the first committee, which deals with state-to-state conduct.
Okay, Isabella, let's jump immediately to Nigel.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Nigel Hickson, UK Government. I'll be very brief, and thank you very much for this session and the informative briefing. It's very interesting because I remember for years many governments were opposing a UN-wide discussion on a convention, but it does seem to have now been taken forward. My question really is how can stakeholders that aren't governments be involved in this process? I mean, although certain aspects of the Council of Europe and the update to the Budapest Convention there were, if you like, well discussed and well trailed, I think many stakeholders find it quite difficult to understand the UN process and be involved in the UN process here. So I just wondered what provisions, in your first set of discussions in New York, and was it Vienna and New York, or just New York? You addressed how you could sort of elicit stakeholder input, whether there's going to be consultations, whether there's going to be briefings, because these are very important provisions for governments, but they're also very important provisions for people, for citizens, and for other stakeholders globally. Thank you.
Should I answer this question now?
Yes, Isabella, please.
Okay, sure. So thank you again for a very excellent question. Stakeholder involvement is, of course, a very important issue. I think the ad hoc committee is actually quite a historic process because it is one of the few that finally allowed multi-stakeholder participation, even though in quite in a limited way. I'm happy to, there's the website of the ad hoc committee, which also now contains a webpage on the modalities for multi-stakeholder participation. But there is a caveat. So first of all, I think maybe we'll have to start from the beginning. There is the resolution that contains the modalities of the committee has 3 paragraphs dedicated to stakeholders. And that means the inclusion of, on the one hand, UN institutions, intergovernmental bodies. So think about Interpol, etc., OP8. And then on the other hand, NGOs with ECOSOC, so Economic and Social Council status. And then you have the so-called OP9 category, which is found in the paragraph 9 of that resolution, which includes all other NGOs. And those had to be voted upon, their participation had to be voted upon in the first session organizational session preceding the first session on 24th February, meaning that now in December, stakeholders had the chance to register to participate, and then they were decided upon already in February. This means this call for those other NGOs that do not have ECOSOC status is now closed, meaning no one else who has now found interest in the participation can join unless they are either intergovernmental organizations or NGOs with ECOSOC status or have been agreed upon and are now in that list of OP9 stakeholders. You can find all of the information on our website, but please bear in mind, if you have anyone who wants to participate in the process and has not yet registered, please send an email to us. It's cybercrimeahc@un.org. Again, cybercrimeahc@un.org. And we make sure that we will recognize this, and potentially there is no final decision on this yet, but there might be an interest to open this call for registration again. So just please make sure to take a look at that, and also at the webcast as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Isabella. Maybe you can type the email address on the chat as well. There is someone else from the main room.
Hi, my name is Benedetta Veneruso. I'm part of the EuroDIG group here. Thank you so much for managing to make this session very interactive, very interesting, even though it's quite late in the afternoon. So you covered a lot of very interesting things, and it was very interesting for me to see that there is actually already so much thought and action to take this further, beyond what will be the limits of the member states, particularly given the geopolitical situation we are living. But I got curious, and I wanted to ask you, what's your take on the harmonization of rules regarding e-evidence and other procedural rules that are relevant still for the investigation and prosecution of cross-border online crimes?
Thank you for this very interesting question. Of course, actually, new convention would create kind of, let's say, to a certain extent, harmonization when it comes to substantive law, what would be considered as criminal offense, cybercrime offense, what would be the minimum standards for procedural law, minimum standards for international cooperation, and so on. But still, actually, it leaves a lot of room, a lot of flexibility to individual member states, because member states actually have to decide. Member states need to check what would be the domestic rules, laws on what would be considered as evidence, what are the rules related to admissibility of evidence, let's say maybe when we talk about cybercrime and then the electronic evidence, maybe also what are the practices, rules for digital forensics, what are the best practices worldwide, and so on. It would be possible maybe to harmonize to a certain extent, but still I think that we need to leave sufficient room for member states as well, because legal systems are different, also criminal justice systems are different. But of course, actually, I think that when we have harmonization, when we have minimum standards on the most important elements, such as substantive law, maybe procedural law, conditions and then safeguards, then I think that the whole framework actually would provide added value and could be used effectively for international cooperation purposes.
Thank you.
Jesper, would you like to add something?
Yes, I just want to add a brief remark about these sort of what we really mean when we speak about cybercrime treaties, because they really serve two purposes. So one purpose is to sort of, to some extent, harmonize the definition of what is a cybercrime offense. But there's also a second purpose, namely, which is related to cross-border access to data. And this typically includes all criminal offenses where information systems are used and personal data evidence could be stored on by service providers. And that is a very large number of offenses, essentially covering every offense, because we use information technology, smartphones for almost everything. So the notion of what a cybercrime treaty will be applied to is very broad. I think much broader than people tend to think, because if they have a narrow view of related to cybercrime offenses.
Thank you, Jesper. Do we have someone else in the main room? No, I see there is a question in the chat. It says, if it is not drafted yet, is there something extraordinary that the EU could do, such as asking the multi-stakeholder organizations who are prone to have a balanced view of security concerns relative to the regulation-focused outlook of security agencies to propose a draft? I don't know who would like to answer this question.
I could go ahead a bit.
Yes, please.
I mean, I think Marco might also be in a position to then explain how it works from the EU side of view, but in terms of UN, so it is of course, so the UN is accepting drafts or a member state input specifically, and that will work on that basis. But of course, the European Union can very much engage with stakeholders when they're drafting that provision, and I think they're already doing that and are in the process of taking in multi-stakeholder input. That's also why we have so-called intersessional multi-stakeholder consultations with multi-stakeholders, meaning there's a regular exchange of views after each session, or actually before each session, where stakeholders will come together and explain their views about the process. And so member states are taking note when multi-stakeholders are pointing out their views, and hopefully also including it in their provisions. But I'm giving the floor to Marco so he can also explain what on the EU side.
I could just also add that first, when we talk about EU processes related to e-evidence, Cybercrime Convention, second edition protocol, then these are criminal justice instruments, criminal justice treaties, and this is also our wish and position that the future UN convention should also focus only on criminal justice issues, not national security, not cybersecurity. So therefore, when we talk about access to electronic evidence, then we are talking about specified computer data for criminal investigation purposes, not for cybersecurity, not for national security. And also just wanted to comment that as regards the scope of application of procedural law powers, then yes, when it comes to Budapest Convention, then it's not only about cybercrime, this is also about electronic evidence as well, because pursuant to Article 14 of the Cybercrime Convention, all the procedural measures can be used to address any crime where you have electronic evidence. What would be the decision, what would be the outcome for the United Nations Treaty? We do not know yet, because this is also one, let's say, theme or question where member states have different views. And then we shall see, yes, maybe in January, actually, what would be the outcome. But right now, actually, it's too early, it's premature, actually, to give some assessments, actually, what would be the scope or what would be the contents of the future UN Convention.
Thank you to both of you. It's an extremely interesting discussion, but unfortunately our time is coming to an end. So before we close, I'd like to give the floor to each of our speakers to say one or two words on where are we heading towards, which is also the title of this session. Where are we going in terms of criminal justice in cyberspace with all this that is going on now? We can start from Marco, Isabella, and Jesper.
Okay, thank you. I think that right now, when we look at the processes at the Council of Europe, then everybody is looking forward, everybody is waiting for the next signatures by state parties to the protocol. Right now we have 24 signatures. The 24th one actually was from Costa Rica, a country that had suffered a lot recently from cyber attacks and ransomware attacks. We are also analyzing how to implement this new protocol, because it is quite complicated, and in order to fully implement it, you might need to change different legislative acts, not only those related to criminal procedure, but those also related to electronic communications, information society services, and so on. Of course, actually, as EU member state, we need to wait for the final decision of the European Parliament as well, actually. What would be the outcome, and what would be the conditions, what reservations, declarations would be needed to ratify the protocol by member states. The UN process has just started. I think that discussions are getting more and more interesting. They are going more and more into details. And yes, it is true that right now everybody is looking forward for the new treaty. But again, while there is kind of, let's say, common understanding about the overall objectives, then when we are going to discuss the details, particular elements, what should be there, what shouldn't be there, what kind of language, what kind of wording need to be used, then I think that then these discussions would be quite difficult, and the hardest part, the hardest work is still ahead of us.
Yeah, so where are we heading in terms of international cooperation on criminal justice in cyberspace? It's a very, very good question. I do think that there is, now that states have realized that this new convention is an inevitable thing, and that now we have to get going and negotiating this text, there is a realization that we can use this as a force for good, I would say. And I think the more we realized, the more we go into the process, we're realizing, or states are realizing, that especially developing countries or countries with lesser technical capabilities really really will benefit or should benefit from this treaty. And I think that's going to be should be the main focus, I'm guessing. But it's not only, of course, developing countries, but it should, of course, benefit everyone. At the same time, of course, when we're thinking of fragmentation, etc., we need to be careful to make sure that there are no clashes with other international provisions on such a treaty. But at the same time, as Marco has also said, we will most likely not go more into detail than already existing conventions. So my outlook is positive and looking forward to the next stages of the process.
So in general, I think we are moving towards a situation where states would want to have greater powers to sort of investigate in cyberspace, meaning potentially having direct requests to service providers in other states, which is sort of the most contestable part of the second additional protocol. And this will raise a number of dilemmas because there are about 200 states in the world with very different legal systems and very different fundamental rights safeguards. So there will be international negotiations trying to strike some balance. So the e-evidence regulation, or the proposal for the e-evidence regulation in the European Union goes a lot further than the second additional protocol of the Cybercrime Convention. That is understandable because it's limited to the European Union. And I would say I see the second additional protocol as a sort of a test bed of what can be achieved for member states of the European Union. To what extent is EU primary law, especially our data protection regime, going to limit the possibilities for sort of direct cooperation between law enforcement authorities in another state and service providers established in the European Union? And that's something that we'll be studying very closely in the coming years from the viewpoint of ITRI.
And that is an excellent wrap up, and we are right on time. Thank you very much to our excellent speakers for being here, and thank you to the audience for making this such an interactive session. I wish we had more time and we could continue with many questions that are still to be answered, but maybe that will be for next time. Thank you so much. Let's give our speakers a round of applauses, both digital ones and also from the main room.
And of course, we would also like to thank the moderator, Dr. Desharadushi, for her interactive session. So we will go straight into agreeing on the messages for Focus Area 2. And to start off that session, I would like to invite Sandra Hofer-Richter to come to the podium. Thank you very much.
So before we start with the message drafting process, I would like to make some more announcements regarding the party tonight. As I said in the morning, I hope you will be able to join us because, albeit the low budget, we were able to secure a space, which is at the daytime a public bath and at the evening a music place. We got the space for free, but they are hoping for a certain number of participants where you can have dinner. As I know, they serve a nice and local cuisine, and you can sit right on the beach, accompanied by the music from the Jams band. To get there is a little bit tricky, and because we don't want you to get frustrated when getting lost, we will now show you directions on Google Street View. And I would like to ask Nadia to open the Street View, share the screen with in the Zoom room so that we can have it all on the big screen. You see here, there is a bus stop. And this is coming from direction ICTP towards the city center. We will make a sign on the bus stop that the EuroDIG social event is there. So when you pass by the bus stop, you know with these Italian buses, you need to indicate when you want to get off of the bus or when you get into the bus. So you need to press the button in the bus when you see that sign for EuroDIG. And Nadia, if you would move along a bit, then you have a very, very small footpath. And on this footpath, there is a building which you will not recognize as an entrance because it looks like a little odd building which is going to be destroyed rather soon. This is the building, and there is a very small door. We will make signs on that door. We will make signs on the footpath. But if you don't watch for the signs, you will not recognize this as the entrance. However, once you have passed this entrance, you will walk through a fenced pathway, and you will cross railways, not in function anymore, so don't be afraid. No train is coming. But if you have found this door, you can actually not get lost anymore, because then you just keep on walking on this fenced path, and you will get to a really, really nice beach area. I can promise it's really very nice. When you come from the other direction, the bus stop, when you are going to your hotel first, which I would actually not recommend at this time of the day, you might end up in traffic jam. So when you come from the other direction, you have to cross the street at some point, and we will also make a big sign next to that little door so that people from the other side of the street can also see that there's something going on with EuroDIG. So I hope you will make it tonight. I really look forward to it. I have seen many of you, which I have not yet spoken in person, what I would, and others I know would really like to do so. And as said, the menu is simple but nice. The prices are decent, and with your little vouchers that we handed out in the beginning of at the registration, you will have the first drink on us. If you kind of missed the voucher thing, just come to me. I have some spare ones with me, so that you at least have one drink on us. Now, to the message drafting process. Those of you who are familiar with EuroDIG know that at the end of each EuroDIG, we produce messages from The Hague, that was in 2019, and then we had messages from the 2 virtual meetings. If you are interested, you can find them outside. In the past, or basically for the last 10 years, I would say, we produced messages from every session, from every workshop, and from every plenary. But now with the discussion about more tangible outcomes, and also with our changed program structure of focus areas, we will try to be a little bit more focused also in terms of how we produce messages. And we will agree on messages for each focus area. That means this brochure will be much smaller next time. We will only have 4 messages. The format of the messages will remain the same. Bullet points, forward-looking with the European focus, and then rough consensus with the audience. That's why I said it's important that if you were following one focus area and you have a specific interest in one of these overarching questions that are forming the focus area, you should be in the room when we agree on the messages in rough consensus. Again, our reporters from the Geneva Internet Platform followed the respective sessions, and they formulated what they think could be the essence of one focus area. Today, we will finish on focus area 1 and 2, and tomorrow we will look into focus area 3 and 4. Those who are following focus area 1 are in the workshop rooms and doing exactly the same thing that we are going to do now here. Once we have a rough consensus, there is no process afterwards. There is only a fact-checking process. We have a commenting platform where org teams will be invited to finalize the messages, but we will not open Pandora's box and saying, yes, and now we are discussing the content again. Only if there are justified concerns that something was misunderstood, someone was not in the room, and is requesting a change, we will go back to the transcript, we will go back to the recording, and we might consider changing it if there was really a factual error. But that's it. Otherwise, the messages as they are agreed by consensus today will be the ones that we will promote in the upcoming year to European policymakers and to other interested parties. Andriana, are you fine? Are you okay? Then I would like to invite you to the stage. And Nadia, you should have in the presentation the messages from Andriana. She will present them to you. I will stay here and can moderate if there are questions and comments so that Andriana can take note. And also let me thank you once more to all these reporters from the Geneva Internet Platform that they are keeping on with us and doing this, because what I hear from the community, they are a well-trusted, neutral platform for getting the essence out of any session. And in addition to the messages that they are condensing for a focus area, they will also do session reports for every single session. So whoever is not really happy with the messages that we do, the reports will be there for every session, drafted and published on the Geneva Internet Platform. So Andriana, I would hand over to you. I don't know if you would like to stand here or if you would like to sit there. That's totally up to you. No, no, I would be happy to give you the space.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Sandra. It's our pleasure to be here for God knows which year in a row I actually asked, do you remember when we started? And no one could remember. So it's been many, many years before my time at Diplo Foundation and Geneva Internet Platform, but I'm very glad that I have sort of inherited the lead of this process on Diplo's side. This year I've led 8 rapporteurs, including myself, in this reporting exercise. I've had rapporteurs ask me for 2 years in a row, so when's EuroDIG? When are we going to Italy? When are we going to Trieste? And I told Sandra that the reason why I scheduled my wedding for August was so I could definitely be at EuroDIG. So that's how important it is to me personally. One of my very favorite conferences with my favorite faces. Now let's go into the messages. Sandra already explained the process, so I'll just start reading out. I speak fast naturally. I'll try to slow down a bit. There are 2 levels of the internet operability, hence 2 different levels of the standards implementation are needed. First is the operational level of the internet, which is managed well by the international technical organizations such as the IETF, and another big layer of consumer device security that needs to go through the scrutiny of both consumers through the relentless testing and the security demand, and the standardization bodies that are working on the lower level industrial standards through procurement and government regulations. Any objections, any comments? Then let's go on to...
Maybe, I know you have 3 slides, right? 3?
3, we dedicated a special one for the environment.
Okay, so maybe you read them first all, and then we can ask this question again. People might need a moment to think about it.
Okay, sure.
So we have 30 minutes, still 20-ish minutes for this process. Take your time. There's no rush, no hurry.
And I can read out again anything that you need me to just ask. The dialogue and understanding of the need for standards are crucial. Policymakers who keep the dialogue understand the problems and are more open to reflecting on the limitations from the regulatory perspective and what are the limitations of standards. Governments should understand the incentives and what are the needs. We need governmental regulation which will encourage and in some cases incentivize standardization bodies and consumer industry to implement standards into its products. Civil society groups should seek to exert influence in quickly mushrooming soft laws and guidelines, as they tend to be more efficient than the long legislative process and effective to some extent. Nothing? Okay. Then let's move on to the last one, which is a bit specialized. Yes?
Hi, my name is Raul Plummer with Electronic Frontier Finland. I would just like to know a bit more, what is the quickly mushrooming soft laws? Could you elaborate?
It is an interesting formulation, that's for sure. I do believe that what was meant here is that more soft laws are popping up as years go by. That's what I am understanding from this message. Of course, this is something that can be edited out or the formulation can be changed. We can just say exert influence in soft laws. Yes. I can't see it, so can you read it out for me?
Yes. This is Walter Natris, and I would like to focus on the line government should understand the incentives and what are the needs. I think that we've heard the European Commission say that they were not going to regulate internet standards and related best practices, and that they should remain voluntary. But that does put something on the governments as well, that they have to start giving the best practice. And that means that when they procure ICTs and IoT, that they should demand certain standards, internet standards and related best practices to be present in the gear and the software that they procure. And that way, demand will be driven and an incentive given to industry to actually start deploying these standards and best practices. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would that mean that you are disagreeing with the message, or would you like it edited? Because I'm not sure this is, what you just said is contrary to what I just said.
Is we need governmental regulation, and that we've heard that from the consumer organizations, for example, but we heard the European Commission say that they will not pursue it. So in other words, in my opinion, that should be an addition to what it says here.
Okay, thank you very much. We will edit that later. Where's Marco? Marco's missing in the other room. He's missing, but he said he's in the Zoom. Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Yep, Chris Buckridge. Yeah, I mean, just back to that quickly mushrooming soft laws sentence. It strikes me as a little strange, and I wasn't in all of the sessions, but talking about what civil society groups should seek to do in relation to this, I wonder if it makes more sense to talk about non-governmental stakeholders should seek to engage with and exert influence in the growing soft law area, and as that tends to be more efficient than the long legislative process.
Editing as you spoke. That should be it. Yes. Thank you, Chris. No further comments on this message?
There was a comment in the chat. I've been trying to reach the author. Peter Koch mentioned, could you please expand SC standards?
Not sure what was meant under SC standards, I have to be honest. And the cybersecurity, thank you. That got reversed, sorry. Anything else from the chat or online?
Nothing further at the moment.
Okay. In situ, we're all happy with this? Then the next one, green transition and digital transformation are two completely different areas. This was very stressed during the session. With the digital transition being more of a tool and not an end in itself, there needs to be a common methodology on how we account for the emissions and the environmental impact of digital technologies to be able to look at the entire life cycle of any digital product. If there is nothing online, then I will assume we have consensus on this message as well. Would anyone like me to reread something, to play one slide again? Then I suppose silence is approval, yes? This was very fast. Over to you, Sandra. Go ahead.
Just going to ask, and so what's the process from here then? Will there be further, will we use the commenting platform for a final review for those who weren't in the room or who were in the other room, or is the plan, is this relatively final now?
That's what I wanted to explain. And as it was in the past, this is nothing new. We do invite speakers and org teams again to review the messages in case of factual errors. But we will not open it to the entire community because the idea was always we take the temperature of the room and these are the messages. Because on a commenting platform, you can easily end up with discussing the punkt and the comma and negotiating it, and you have more time to think about, you formulate and all this. The idea was always, and that's the nature of the message, to get the temperature of the room and submit this one if there is rough consensus in the room. So anyone who has strong objections with what Adriana presented and the way it has been changed, then you should speak up now. Otherwise, this will be it, more or less. But I have one issue. Is Marco Lotti here in the room? Because he is missing in the other room where the messages are supposed to be.
Marco Lotti is online in this room, but we're trying to find a link for the other room.
Okay, good. Because obviously there was an error with the link, so the others are waiting for their messages to get agreed. Again, coming back to this one, focus area 2, strong objections. Feel free, we have still 10 minutes to go to raise or to speak up. Otherwise, they will be more or less agreed as Adriana has written it. And Adriana, you said you have a third slide. What's on that one?
That was the one on digital transformation and green transition. We went through that one already.
Okay.
Adriana, they're from the online room, but Natjes has raised his hand.
And also I see we have people queuing here.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. Maybe if you could go to the green transition slide. It is just a clarification because there it was mentioned, well, it is mentioned that green transition and digital transformation are two completely different areas. I completely, personally agree with that the digital transition being more a tool than not an end. So that part of the sentences, I'm not objecting. But the first part seems a bit problematic because I believe that if we are trying to bring these two together, stating clearly that these are two completely different areas makes it harder in terms of our goal to connect them. So maybe you could explain why you decided to phrase it this way, or if there would be a possibility to emphasizing this interconnectivity among these two topics. Thank you.
As far as this session goes, my colleague read the messages this morning after this session. At the very end of the session, we went back to the old procedure just for a bit, and this was agreed in the room. So I'm not sure how we could change it now, considering that the participants agreed with this, and I was told that this was the strongest message from the session, two completely different areas formulated like this. Sandra, what do you advise?
I wasn't in this session, but maybe we can mark it in yellow and bring that issue back to the session organizers if this was understood in the right way or if this should be reformulated. That's what I would suggest. Because I get your point when we speak about the Green Deal and getting digitalization and green transition together, then those are mentioned oftentimes together. So we should ask the session organizers to clarify this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one more?
Here's about who's online and also Julia.
Two more, okay.
Sorry, that one is on me.
Yes. I've asked in the chat to read it again so that we can take a little more time reflect on the text, because this is going to be somehow final. So I would like to have a second reading, please. And thank you.
Another procedural question. As we've already explained, the organizing teams and the speakers will be the ones reviewing the messages at the final stage. And at this moment, we are only taking the temperature of the room. And from what I understood from this comment, you are not strictly objecting to anything in particular. Therefore, I think we should move on.
Julia has her hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, we're listening.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's Julia Szczynska, I'm independent, and I was in the org team. I was focal point for the workshop from where the third message is coming from. So just on the to clarify what the first part of the sentence, I think you're right in the sense that we should try to rephrase it in a way that we still show the intersection of this green digital transition, though we shouldn't, like what the point was of Alex from the MEP, that here we have to always think that digital is helping us to accomplish the green transition in the end. So here, like, environmental and digital should cooperate together, of course. But in the end, what we are trying to accomplish is climate goals and resilience. And of course, I'm looking back to reporters on the good way of phrasing it, but this is why it was said this way. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do believe I understood your point. How about green transition and digital transformation are two different areas, with digital transition being a tool for, with the digital transition being more of a tool for green transition and not an end in itself. I could edit that on the screen now so we can see what that looks like. It's going to be more of a tool for green. Does that look better, or is it still too harsh with two different areas?
Just one moment.
Yeah. I also agree with Nabel from the chat that we can also resign from the word completely, which is really strong.
Okay, we deleted that. So we have now green transition and digital transformation are two different areas, with the digital transition being more of a tool for green transition and not an end in itself. Is that acceptable? Good.
Yes.
Still, I think the org team has time to do this on the commenting platform. So I think there is really something here important on the wording. It is detected right now. That's why let's put that particular part on the commenting platform.
Okay.
There's one more comment.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can also hear myself. So I noticed that there is no message regarding our session that we just finished on cybercrime, and I was wondering if you are going to include it later. I know that there was no time to edit the slides right now, but it would be good to have something, because of the very different topic related to the messages that you have.
Thank you. I was the rapporteur for that session, and I do have a message drafted. In my view, we spoke a lot about where we are, which is, of course, useful to explain, especially for those that are not following the processes closely and are a bit confused with the UN level and the interplay with the Budapest Convention. But we didn't speak much about the future, possibly because we're not really sure yet what is to come. So my suggestion would be something that was said by one speaker, so I need you to let me know if this is something that's strong enough to stand on its own. It will go as follows. In terms of a global cybercrime treaty, we need to leave sufficient room for member states because their legal and criminal justice systems are different. When we formulate minimum standards on the most important elements, such as substantive law, procedural law, conditions, and then safeguards, the whole framework would provide added value and could be used effectively for international cooperation purposes. Back to you, Dr. Dushin.
Seems reasonable to me. I don't know if we still have any of the speakers present, so they can also give their opinion, or someone from the organizing team.
I do believe it's just you. Yes, we have a comment. Just a second. Use the microphone.
I think that that was my comment, actually. Mm-hmm. You just referred to, and I think that it illustrates pretty well, actually, what is right now the situation, what are the expectations, and what everybody is expecting. That there should be something actually that would provide minimum common standard and standards and added value. I think it just says everything.
You're okay with this message? The way I read it?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Any other comments in the room or online, Nadia? Okay, then I would say we have rough consensus on the focus area 2 messages.
That we do.
Again, fine drafting on the commenting platform up to the org team and the organizers and the speakers. And now I hand over back to Nadia to announce our last keynote speaker. This is basically something that we are doing new, that we invite someone who is not speaking about internet governance, but about something completely different. And that should fresh up your mind a little bit, give you a little bit more insight, thinking out of the box before we hopefully will see for the nice evening event. So Nadia, back to you to announce our last speaker for today.
Thank you very much. I would like to first thank Sandra for providing information about the social evening, but of course Adriana and her team for the wonderful work that they're doing to do the messages for EuroDIG. Thank you for your service. At this moment in time, I would like to invite Alessandro Mulas, the Vice-Presidente Società Felice di Barcellona e Grignano, and I apologize for my Italian, but I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the podium, and please do go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to everybody. I'm very honored to be here. That's okay? I'm very honored to be here. I'm an old engineer. I graduated at the University of Trieste before master, so on. And those days, very long, far ago, Professor Budinic, Professor Abdul Salam, Professor Carlo Rubbia were glories for our university, for our scientific institution, for our town. And I came here sometimes for as an audience, as attending, but it's the first time to address a speech, and really it's touching from on a personal basis. So in my 50-minute speech, I'll talk about nothing actually scientific, but just a joint between a wonderful sporting event and internet and web, and how web and all the internet and digitalization affected a sporting event which in turn is affecting the life of my town. And also I'm surprised that the picture of the EuroDIG was actually the picture of the starting line of Barcolana. So here I am. Which one I have to push to go on?
So you can.
Ah, thank you.
Here, yeah.
Great.
Or you can also do it here.
Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting Barcolana to address a speech in this illustrious venue and audience. Thank you. Also, thank you very much for signaling Barcolana as a very distinctive, a very popular event. And thank you for pointing at Barcolana as an agent of evolution in using the internet. So in my speech, in the first half, I will show you what is Barcolana with a brief, through some pictures. After skimming these 8 slides, I will talk about the influence of internet on Barcolana itself. Of course, it's enough, I suppose, from this picture to say breathtaking or awesome. And not only, I must say, for the audience or for the participants in the event, was really very, very fatiguing, tiring, terrible for organization, for the public authorities, and from everybody. It was a terrific event. People native or living in Trieste, I can imagine, can talk to you. So you can see that is the moment of the starting gun. You know the on top on the left top of there is a cloud. It's the biggest event which gathered top performing boats. You can find you can find in the picture on the left top the first Maxi class 7 or 8 already started figures to confine to give a brief idea, both in terms of sport but also in terms of collateral event. Actually, it's a matter of economy for the town. It's a matter of more than doubling the population of Trieste for 1 week, of course, with the climax in the weekend of the second Sunday of each October. So 2,689, it's the record, the top, the number awarded by the Guinness in 2018. And that can imagine 2,600 boats on sea. Sorry, I have to exactly. With roughly 16,000 sailors, but even 300,000 people all around the wonderful theater of Trieste, just on the embankment, so-called Rive, or on the hills, on all the other wonderful points from which it's wonderful to have a panorama and a view. The key points of this event started in 1969 as a very small and neglected regatta at the end of the season. After 10 years, we had the first foreigner participant. Again, in 90s, the biggest boats coming from the Whitbread, that it's a race around the world. And in 2000, we get one of the first records in the number, 1,700. And decade after decade, we had an evolution until up to 2018, which as I told you, the record. And now we had two events in 2020, 2021, during the pandemic, which was a mix of courage and cleverness in order to be able to organize the event, notwithstanding the health situation. In a nutshell, the secret of this regatta is together all kinds of boats coming from the most technical, performing and well-known, and also with amateurs, families, and daily sailors in a magic starting that is very, very complicated for the organizer, and also the new final in the last 4 years. It's a wonderful panorama in front of Piazza Unità, and with the arrival just in front of roughly between 10,000 and 15,000 people standing up all around the pier and the embankment in front of Piazza Unità. I mentioned before plenty of overwhelming events, not only at sea, but also on the ground. Because for all the weekend, we have, in the weekend, we have the main regattas. During the week, we have some water sport, but also we have several sea culture events, presentation, conferences, music events in the theater of the city, cookie shops, and so on. It's not only a regatta, but it's like a fair, like a city festival, trying to be interesting, attractive, and interesting for a lot of people. That is a picture of the Rive, the embankment in front of, on left top of the picture, there is the opening of Piazza Unità with the Palazzo della Regione and the Palazzo del Governo, the two pillars and the entrance of Piazza Unità. You can imagine the mass of people. It's really a mess, with a lot of boats moored along the embankments, and a lot of people walking around. Everything it's closed. It's a large pedestrian area, and really it's and also we are proud to highlight that it's a sample of do culture against the do not culture that you probably heard in the grapevine. No se può city. No se può means it's not possible in the Triestino dialect. So Barcolana, it's a good example that if a group putting together public and private actors and producing a giant event for 360 days, 300 days per year, it's possible to create also in the Nosepol city and an event really terrific. Some figures regarding the web and regarding internet. Actually, Barcolana invested on internet well in advance than the pandemia couple of years, in which it's well known the acceleration that the digital evolution had. Barcolana set up the first, one of the first actually, not absolutely the first, but one of the first Italian website focused on sailing and tourism several years before pandemia, and years after years we arrived at the present figures. Actually these projected are the figures of last year's. More than 1,400,000 total views on social medias. Through Barcolana SISSA Summit was international conference, and through Round Italy, that was the regattas around Italy occurring, taking place during the week of Barcolana. We got more than 60,000, roughly 60,000 views. All the other figures are quite, quite impressive. In particularly 3 million in Instagram in few days, 812 Instagram posts created in a very small period. I don't know if I'm in time or I'm long. I can finish my speech with the how can I say afterward and final thought. Sorry. The role of the digitalization was so evident in the organization of Barcolana that during the pandemia we were quite well organized and well trained in order to exploit all the digitalization tools that allowed to organize Barcolana even during the pandemia. In particular, in 2020, we arrived in a couple of weeks, everything in Italy was stopped. And thinking about to keep this kind of event with lockdown, the restriction of any kinds, was really an act of brave people to imagine something like this. Web, digital technologies allowed Barcolana to take place. Without digitalization, maybe it would not have been. Without online application, without online communication during the event, without the follow-on of mooring, booking of mooring, without mentioning all the other commercial advising and information we had on the website. related directly to Barcolana or related to Barcolana. Barcolana invested a lot on internet. I said well before pandemia, and website and digitalization was really essential, proved to be essential, necessary, and a good example of, how can I say, is it possible to exploit day by day all the digitalization revolution in a funnel in order to put in place what the technologies can offer. So it's a long time actually, but the application and put in place, put in practice, actually was an acceleration for our life. But we started, we had the view, or we had the luck to start well in advance. Thank you very much. My compliment for the events, and thank you very much for having given me the opportunity to justify also the choice of the pictures in the cover of the EuroDIG.
But also many thanks to you to come and show us the kind of beauty of the beautiful host city that we're in, and the connection that we can have with each other across the different sectors, the different cultures, and bringing together people, bringing together everybody.
Together crazy people in a crazy town, which drinks coffee in 34 different ways. But capable to create wonderful things, also unexpectedly for ourselves. And thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And then certainly, this is what we aim to achieve, to create and design things together. And with this, I would like to close for the end of this day, and I hope to see you at the social evening. It's going to be a wonderful time with beautiful performances. There are going to be incredible local cuisine that we can enjoy, but also it will be an adventure to find this one door in the middle of nowhere, where you can walk through the railway to get to this beautiful view. So I look forward to go on this journey with you. And with this, this is the end of day one. Thank you all so much, and I hope to see you also tomorrow. Good evening.
Don't believe in sorcery, yet I'm in a daze. Didn't stand a chance against your